twisted girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I'll show you my bald gate. Quag shy.
Okay, it's me. Hello. Hello. I'll show you my bald gate. Threaten me with a good time. Thank you, Stump, for the 30 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How we doing, Priz? Stump, Nunu, anyone else might be lurking? Yeah, continuing BG3 today. The Baldur's Gate? No, I was on a testing save. I was testing things. So I can kind of speed my way through to the chest armor that supports this already absurdly broken weapon and makes it even more ridiculously absurdly broken. And yeah, it's gonna be a day of the game looking a little bit silly for its lack of difficulty. I'm running a little bit low on crafting resources. So I'll probably have to do something about that. Do I need Will in my party anymore? Not really. What do I have instead? Jahira? I guess having Jahira in my party makes a little more sense. I think she's higher level too. Okay. Weird dialogue bug already. That's a strong start. Wait, is this because Will's dialogue is broken because of the Act 1 stuff? Maybe. Is today the day we paladin? No. Maybe. No. Hooded rabbit.
Light on my feet.
Still have Bull's benediction, right? Cool. Okay, yeah, Will is broken. Wait, why is the Emperor over here? Huh?
On I go.
I'm just gonna click this. Why, what happened? What'd I do? Why are you breaking game? Listen, it's the game's fault. That's all I got for you right now. So interestingly, going into Act 3 of Baldur's Gate 3 is where... So, like, Act 1 and 2 can seem overwhelming to less experienced players, people who have not no-lifed this game to the degree I have. But then, Act 3 is where the more game knowledge you have, the more overwhelming it gets.
What they know could help us.
Because there's a lot to do. There's a vendor in this area that we cannot allow Shadowheart to get close to. We'll be steering clear of that. Do I do the magic weapon? Yeah, fuck it. I have no reason not to right now.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
I kind of want to avoid long resting right now, but like for a little while. We'll see. We'll see. Where's my Drake throat? We're gonna continue to go with fire. Something I do want to try.
My faith protects me.
I hope Will's dialogue isn't like permafuck. Because that would require me murdering him and then telling Withers to hold on to the body for me. In order for me to get him out of the party. And that just doesn't seem polite. Doesn't seem like a super polite thing for me to do. You know? Mighty cloth on. Okay. The thing is, I no longer really need Stone Skin. Because I'm not doing the half HP shenanigans anymore. But fuck it. Oh yeah, well, it's Divine Intervention. Forgot about that. Okay, so stupid weapon damage value. Can't pickpocket Duke Ravengard's long sword and more shame. Where were you trying to pickpocket it, Trade Secret? Like in the camp?
If not over, then
For
through.
evil, she saw them. Right, I forgot I took that story path. Right.
Let's have a look.
Because they made it so he doesn't have his items with him in the Iron Throne anymore. But there's another place you can pickpocket him. 2 other places, actually. Thank you for reminding me that I need to do that. It worked for me before the patch? Yeah, there's 2 other places you can do it.
Excuse me, I can't find my mum.
You can either do it at the coronation, or do it in the camp after Iron Throne. I think I'll do it at the coronation so I can have it at the earliest possible. That's gonna require some saves coming. Because what I'm gonna have to do for that is invisibility pot, go up to the coronation, go pickpocket him, and then leave.
She was...
They also made it so Yenna
she
doesn't
was
bug out.
sick. She had spots on her face and hands. That was last Tenday, though.
Act 3 begins, time for murder. Yeah, Irish.
Wow.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah.
My mum would like this. She's the best cook in the world. And she taught me, too. I'll look for her. I think she'll probably come soon. Thanks a lot.
Right, wait, we're not gonna murder this kid, to be clear. No, this kid, we like this kid. I'm happy that in the patch they made it so this kid doesn't bug out. There is a path where you can cause this kid to be killed, but we're not doing that because I'm not a monster. Instead, best case, we get Halcyon murdered. Doesn't that sound fun?
Anything you want for supper. All the treats your tummy can handle.
I'm never allowed sweet things right before bed.
Start walking right now.
No, I meant Thara's new dialogue. Oil of combustion, something I want to mess around with a bunch. I really need more warg fangs. Yeah, that's getting to be a problem. Okay, so we send those over. Send those over. I do still have the rune powder barrel. Won't get the rune powder bomb because of my actions. Burning Shoulder is definitely a wag move. Yeah, fuck that guy. That guy sucks. Luckily, we're not wag here. What was I gonna do? I was gonna do something. Oh yeah. I know what I was gonna do. Yeah, that goes on the bar. And also... those.
This one time we'll make an exception. As long as you stop sulking and start walking right now.
Okay. I tried it with Post Iron Throne, he just had the book in his inventory. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna try it at the coronation. And if it doesn't work then, well, I'm sorry, Will, you're gonna be an orphan.
Get out of this. Well, it's the right thing to do, isn't it? Everyone deserves the chance to make some.
There's a quest path where you kill him during the coronation, and then Mizora's like, yeah, you fucked up, didn't you? Stick in the pact and I'll just res him for you. And she will.
best be on my way.
You'll be in a big, cozy bed soon enough.
Anything you want for supper.
The place was.
If you want us to get our hands dirty.
I just want to remove these unlawful if it comes. I'm a very magnanimous individual, but this is my home. Either they leave or I'll make them.
Oh yeah, I'm a warlock now. I can just Iron Throne is pain.
I'm fine.
If you have good movement and action economy, it's fine.
Hustle, sweetheart.
Maybe we do Iron Throne
Won't
today.
work on me.
Even solo, it's not too bad.
Stepped on the guild's toes, and we'd like a little something to
Try to
make
bypass
it
coronation and
better.
save him before talking to Missouri. He's just dead in his cell in the Iron Throne.
Guild,
Interesting.
a loose coalition unifying every criminal.
You took the word.
So, this lady kind of doesn't know what she's getting herself into. Remember, we just killed an avatar of Merkel, the Lord of Bones. We made it out of the Bone Zone in one piece, is what I'm saying. I'm gonna test that. And then yeah, I'll just we'll just poke. I won't Edge of Darkness yet. We'll just poke. We'll go a little poke. Okay, my invis will break because I have heat. But I want to see how much punishment I can take here. I think to stop saying fuck you. Language is weird and fucky. It is.
I don't need any attention right now.
I failed the stealth check. Maybe I do need more investment in stealth. But how much heat do I have? Okay, I have 6 turns of heat.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
So I can click Heat Convergence now. And do a little poke. Accidentally aggroed the ox. So yeah, Heat Convergence did apply just to my elemental weapon instance. Now that's not a super impactful amount of damage here. It's just, 6 damage on 1 poke. But if I was to do that on an Edge of Darkness swing, hey Mr. Sean, how you doing? Then I could make that apply to everything in an AoE. Which is interesting. And these two are surprised over here. I'll just throw you. Yeah, I can. Come on. Heat Convergence. Darkness. So now optimally for a single target here, I want to stay in good habits here. attacks. Poke. And then the next poke with heat convergence. Cool. And maybe I don't do oil of combustion, but that's okay. I can just Eldritch Blast you. Cool. Got some useful info from that.
Mind my step.
What's Edge of Darkness? It's the weapon maneuver you get from Char's Spear of Evening. It's basically a whirlwind attack that creates a cloud of darkness that you don't have to concentrate on.
Time to get going.
It wishes it was Whirlwind. It wishes it was Whirlwind from DOS 2, yes, but Whirlwind Attack from BG3, it's like better that. Seems good. It's very good. It's very good. Also, I figured out part of why performance was so questionable last stream. It's because for whatever reason,
One of them. These wretches have nowhere to call home. Alas, you can't eat
the patch had turned on like God rays and a bunch of fluffy graphic settings that I never run.
That is where I come in. Liquidity. I'd tell you more, but they value discretion above all. As do I.
Just casual plus 15 to persuasion now. Don't even need to use friends.
You're like, perhaps you are cannier than I first gave credit to be. I have some very special wares reserved for.
So this dude sells a bow that gives plus 3 initiative.
I think you've earned a peek.
And this is a very missable vendor because if you were doing Shadowheart on her good route and you have her in your party and in physical proximity when you talk to this guy, he disappears from the game forever. But like this bow, crazy useful stat stick. It's got some other okay stuff too. Like Dwarven Thrower is the highest DPS throw weapon in the game. You just shapeshift into a dwarf and start yeeting. Dominate Person Cloak could be useful with a particular ring that I need to go get as well. Cold Snap is pretty good too. He's got some good stuff. I think I'll get Spendy. I'm not going to use Cold Snap, for being honest. Am I going to use Ketherick's armor? Maybe. It's high on my priority list of vendor trash, but maybe I don't need to trash it yet. Yeah, I don't have an alchemy pouch on me right now. Should rectify that.
Trade.
So that bow I just got from him, I equipped that. This is still thing number 1. I see people who are having difficulty with combats in this game. We might do House of Grief today, which is the number 1 thing I see mentioned. people who have problems with that. It's because you're neglecting your initiative. The only enemies I can think of in the game that have, like, super duper high initiative are the Inquisitor, Auntie Ethel, and Urigir. So they're the only ones you would really need this much for. But if you don't have good initiative, then it's just less turns. It's that simple. Which daggers are better? Short swords or samurai better? Not always. Bloodthirst is good. I mean, sure, Crimson Mischief is right there. And Undermountain King is just early Bloodthirst, but Bloodthirst is quite good. Rhapsody is incredibly good as well. Dollar Amaris, which you can get 2 copies of, is incredibly good. Okay, we don't have Mattis here because Mattis died a horrible death. We don't have Vex and Danis over here because they died a horrible death. Wait, we do have Mattis over here. Mattis, how are you here? Wait, how is Mattis here?
Pardon if my eyes are all saucer-like. I didn't realize Baldur's Gate, Elturel. Wait, and you're in... When I tried to fool...
How is Mattis here?
Have a look.
Oh, I know how Mattis is here. I know how Mattis is here. So, if you don't tell Roland... If you don't tell Roland to stay in the Grove in Act 1, that's the condition for Mattis getting off-screened. But if you do, then Mattis survives until Act 3, as long as you do the sequence where they try to capture Isabel and Leslie, because that gets Mattis and Mole out. Okay. Never actually hit anything with Rhapsody since my mage is usually holding it. It's a dagger, and it's +3 damage and spell save DC to everything while you're holding it. So, that's a dagger that's good, I'd say. A Corvid token's pretty good. It's extra flight movement. Scabby Pugilist Circlet is okay, but we have Arcane Synergy, so it's not going to see use. Can I justify buying that Invispot? Yeah, I need more. Oh yeah, they changed the icon for mind reading. Yeah, it's more pink and less red now. It was a good patch change. Okay. So, I wasn't expecting Mattis to be alive for us to actually get that amulet. That's nice. It's extra movement. Which, Iron Throne. We're gonna be, definitely using that for Iron Throne. But yeah, back to the dagger conversation. Cold Snap is also good. It's the one that was at that vendor I was talking to before Mattis. There's not too many ways to apply the chilled status, but that's one of them, and it's by enemies missing you. So you can definitely leverage that. You can force, like, opportunity attacks and stuff to get it even on your boss melts. And chilled is double damage with cold. So, very, very, very good. Bloodthirst in offhand gets you riposte for free as a reaction. It also gets you a version of True Strike. Yes, True Strike is shit, but that is bonus action use, so it's slightly less shit. nothing bad ever happened when you hear screaming like that, right? Oh look, a freshly born mind flayer.
Softer than a whisper.
Yes, Dark Urge has an inspiration called "Kill 'em while they're young." I see no problems with this. We just grabbed a Mind Flayer brain real quick to munch on.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Hey, more tadpoles to spin. Fully wormed out brain now. Further tadpoles will just be for Minthara and Minsk, probably. Maybe I throw a couple at Shadowheart. Try to commit a character to Dagger. Seems like there's some good Act 3 options. Definitely some good Act 3 options. I don't think you're wrong about daggers in like Act 2. Like in Act 1 you have the ritual dagger, the one on the table next to the Leviatar priest. That one's actually really, really, really good. Like incredibly good. But it disappears if you don't steal it before that guy leaves the area for whatever reason. So don't miss out on that one. The halfling vendor in the goblin camp also sells one that that can apply the ruptured status, which is good if you're doing like kiting strats. So those are the good daggers in Act 1, I would say. I guess you could also make a Susur dagger. But you are in a position where you have very little reason not to use other light weapons as well. Like Underbound King, of course, Hill Giant Club. It's hard to justify not just using those two.
Maybe it has something to do with the army about to invade.
Something over there. I should speak up.
When will I get to
Woof! A charming effort, but you can't fool me. You're not a dog. So what the hell are you doing in my kennels?
I think I found one of your dogs, Scratch.
Found him, did you? I can't say I'm surprised. Gomwick never kept him on a tight leash. Bring him here, and I'll give him a once-over for you. Check him for worms and so on.
Oh, yes, please, I'd love to see him.
He's a good dog. We'd both love to see him again.
Seems innocent enough. Yeah, main hand Crimson Mischief. Yeah, main hand Crimson Mischief, and then offhand between either Undermount King Bloodthirst, Dollar Amaris.
And you've been slacking as well, Scratch, my boy. This dog is property of Sword Coast Couriers. I'll take him off your hands now.
No, you will not. You shouldn't raise your hand to him like that.
I can do whatever I please. He's my dog. Now get out. This is a private yard.
Self-control. Self-control. So yeah, if you're for some reason a complete piece of shit, you can actually give Scratch away here when asked. And nobody likes it. Like even Minthara gets upset at you. Yes, Minthara is a dog person. That's probably why people think she's not evil. Should have just used friends. Yeah, Jacqueline. Soft spot for Ambusher, even though it's probably less optimal. Ambusher is not bad. Like, extra initiative is good, and it is extra damage. Provided you do have good initiative control and good action economy.
You'll do no such thing.
It's not just Scratch. She's always hurting the dogs.
Shut your mouth, Dringo. Last warning.
Like, if you were to do some combination of, say, Ballast Cowl, Ballast Armor, Ambusher, Hellrider Longbow, that would give you enough initiative that you could actually even neglect both Dexterity and Ambusher and still be ahead of most things.
Fine.
This is Act 1. This is Act 3.
Be my guest. They're a useless bunch of mongrels. You're welcome to them.
At least we'd have a bed. Worst that can happen is one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt. You're such a scaredy cat.
What do I have to lose?
Murdered someone in view of a guard.
Wasn't me.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, you're under arrest.
You're talking about Scratch? Yeah. This is where Scratch is from. Scratch died to a bug, second playthrough, died to a dot on camp, pain.
You've convinced them for now.
Got away with murder, easy. See, all the dogs are happier now.
Thank you for making Mistress go away. She was horrid.
I made her go away permanently, little buddy.
Mistress is gone. Mistress is gone. I mean, such terrible news. She will be missed.
Did you know I killed an avatar of Merkel? Yeah, like that should be just the intimidation option for everything in Act 3. You can use it for a fair few things. Okay. There's a couple things I want from over in the circus. You can actually get the second best two-hander weapon in the game. Over in the circus. It is the optimal choice if you did not get Spear of Evening. Sorry, Stick of Balance. I have no reason not to go grab it, so I'll probably go grab it anyway.
Here we go.
There's some gloves that I missed until like my 4th fucking playthrough in here.
All right, time to skulk about.
How's my sleight of hand? Not great. Good enough. So this one or the one over? Must be this one. One. Good gloves. Extra radiant damage on your unarmed strikes, so great for monks. But they also let you cast an upcasted guiding bolt once per short rest.
Can't slow down.
Upcasted to 4, guiding bolt's actually decent. So it's something I probably won't use, but it's something I would like to have the option to use. A book about Saravok. I'm sure that's nothing. Book about Saravok. in the same room as Valeria. I'm sure that's nothing. I'm sure that won't be relevant in approximately 25 minutes.
I'll give it a shot.
Surely not. Match the Angel Mace. I can check. I can check. We can go do that today.
But that will fit in my pack.
What's even in here? Meh. I'm at full health. Oh, it's just a guiding bolt. Easy.
Don't give me trouble now.
I should really have someone concentrate on Cat's Grace for me. Oh, did I? Okay, I fiendish fired on myself. Yeah, my bow's effect procced from my own heat. The problem with doing heat convergence strats without being a tiefling is, you need heavy armor to, like, not get fucked with by it. Like, I could actually try with Dark Justiciar half plate. Although I wonder if I would be reflecting myself. I'm actually curious. Oh, I'm encumbered. I am heavily encumbered. What do I have on me that's so heavy? Oh, why do I have that? Ew, gross. Yeah, two suits of plate mail will do that. Oh yeah, someone did Twist of Fortune one shot on Raphael. Pretty cool. Each instance of like blood money. See, it says additional 4 piercing damage per 300 gold. That's an extra instance of damage. It's not like an extra 4 added onto the same one. It's an extra separate thing. So blood money is stupid. As long as you can get gold into a target's inventory. Theoretically the strongest single hit in the game because of that. Funny stuff. Too much shit in my inventory. Need you to hold all those. Hold that too. I do want to keep the void bulbs on me. You can hold my grease sharp. A spell thief might actually be useful now that I am a warlock. I'm a what? Yeah, I'm gonna have to start hoarding less. Each strats can go ranger for resistance to fire. Yeah, that's an option. It's absolutely an option. Encumbered by picking up thieves' tools. That should be fine for now. I'm doing Barbarian because I like Tiger's Bloodlust.
That's a friendly
But,
looking shadow. Should mind my step.
Ranger would absolutely work. That's fine.
Someone was arranging these corpses. What for?
Heat convergence goes crazy here. Recent patch nerf Tiger a bit. Not the attack I'm using. They did something to, I think, Tiger Aspect, which is something I don't have. Yeah, I forgot Hellrider Longbow has brace as well. That's so good.
There was a shapeshifter. Time to press ahead.
Daylight savings? Yeah. It sucks, I hate it.
That's curious.
But yeah. How you doing, Sora? Okay. Yeah, Sharon Retribution is stopping me from taking damage from my fire. Unless it high rolls. That's fine. I suppose it'd be better off not running the Arcane Charge boots since I'm forgetting to dash so much. But, like, I don't have a way of applying burn to benefit from Cinder Shoes. That would be great if I did, I just currently don't. I guess Dark Justiciar boots would be acceptable. There's the boots from Gale's Cat. Yes, Gale's Cat is a vendor in Act 3. I'm not going to elaborate any further. I can stop being lazy and do Water Sparkers stuff. Much work for an extra hour to sleep. Daylight savings as a system sucks ass, and it's just disruptive and shit, and I hate it and everything about it. Cats used to eating at 6 a.m. Woke us up at 5. Cats have woke me up at 5 a.m. 2 days in a row now. Yep. I forgot about Boss's Silver Sword. I was going to use that at some point. I just... Gore, because Blooded Great Axe distracted me, and now I have Stick of Balance. Yeah, I'm flonking. Boot slot is an interesting issue. Guess I could go grab Helldusk boots. No, I think I'll wear Cinder shoes anyway and see if they trigger at some time when I wouldn't expect them to. That's fine. That works out for me. Okay, so we've grabbed some of the evidence we need to convince an investigator that there's a Baal cult active in the city. Now I don't actually need that evidence for the route I plan on taking, but it's nice to have. So the quest for the Sentient Amulet leads you here.
Here lies Sister Shira Clarwin, date of birth unknown, died 1491 DR.
Darling Shira, faithful to the crying god, long didst I wait.
Don't want to draw any attention. No time for mercy.
I want to know what would happen if I interrupted him, and apparently this is what happens. Also, attacking from darkness is broken. It lets you keep rolling stealth checks without hiding. So I think I've actually broken the quest now. Yeah, I've completely broken the quest. Let's roll that back, so I at least get the version of the amulet that still has the effects but none of the downsides. One of the reasons Spear of Evening is insane is because on-demand access to darkness is incredibly unbalanced because of how the enemy AI handles darkness. If you have good stealth checks, then you can kill enemies without being put in combat, without any consequences, as long as you have space to stand in darkness where they can't see you. If you roll exceptionally poorly on stealth, well, they will see you anyway, but you'll be starting at an advantage.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Is there a Kevin near me? There's not a Kevin near me at the moment. I don't know where the Kevin is currently. Breaking the game, dude.
Here lies Sister Shira Clarwin, date of birth unknown, died 1491 DR.
Come on, Amulet, do the thing. There you go. of breaks my mind that V and Gage are the same person. Talented actor. I believe she just had a kid. Had a baby. Saw it on Twitter.
Shira, her spirit has fled, and her body but merely a husk. Swear I did to shed this foul mania and bestow it upon Shira. She was to endure, to suffer, as was her god Ilmata's wont. Who now shall bear the madness Shah has wrought on me, so I might no longer suffer? Oh, shall it be thou?
No.
Well, if laugh I must, let our alliance end on a lark.
I rolled a 16 on initiative and he rolled a 1. Is my fire dip still active? It is. What I can do here is poke once. I have heat. Poke again. I have 4 turns of heat. For the third attack, I do Edge of Darkness. I forgot to click Heat Convergence, but I think it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, his spirit's cursed forever now.
I hate it had to end like this. A torturous fate by any measure.
I could have gone through the wisdom checks to take the curse without any of the downsides, and then I would get the ability to use Tasha's Hideous Laughter on demand. But that was like potential saves coming, so I'd rather his spirit be cursed forever. But now, this amulet no longer has downsides. Before, using key restoration or shadow from it would have a chance to make you go insane temporarily. But now it doesn't. So this is kind of like the monk amulet to wear until Act 3. Only in Act 3 do other things start competing. But that keeps it competitive for any monk players. Oh yeah, I forgot I need an alchemy pouch. And fun fact, dragging an alchemy pouch into someone else's inventory will automatically like put all the stuff in there. I just found that out the other day. Super nice. I think it works with camp supply bags and key rings as well.
Seems simple enough.
Okay, what else do I need in the Rivington map? So the gnomes and that vendor are unavailable because I killed the shit out of them.
There must be something.
See, you can tell which NPCs are Orin, because why is this random tiefling level 12? With perfect sentry, immutable form, evasion. Hi, Orin. Hey, Fan, how you doing?
foolish little creature tries to sneak and slice. Hack away, sweet meat. Let your butchery unfold.
Okay, I know I can't fix her, but like, maybe I could make her worse. Undead mommy? No, she's not undead. She's the changeling. But she's like partially a doppelganger. Another fun fact about her: her dad and her grandpa are the same guy. Isn't that a fun fact?
Your mother will kill me. Let the kid come. He wants to teach the refugees. That's just a man in a costume. It's not real. How many red cats are in there?
Stinks of cheese between his piggy toes. How?
That all you want to share about them? I feel like that's one of the more relevant details.
Good sir. The Steel Watch loves pretending sweet Rivington doesn't exist. So we have decided to protect you, dear patrons. No need to thank us. You'll be allowed in once I've done this batch. Next! Hello, hello, and welcome to the Circus of the Last Days, the finest extra-planar circus there is.
I'd like to enter the circus.
Not a problem, dear patron. Benji just has to check if you're a vicious murderer. Benji?
It's strawberry jam.
Tasty blood! So delicious!
Oh, well, that's a first. Usually I'd allow you in, but in these times, I can take no chances.
Hey, Dux.
Move along. No circus for you.
He used to be a killer, but I've reformed my ways. I haven't. I can smell the blood of my enemies, that is all. Want to join my scent? I'm down, barbarian. But yeah. Strawberry jam. I see what you did there.
Oh, forgive me. I must have misspoken. Welcome to the Circus of the Last Days. Have fun and be sure to catch the star of our show, Dribbles the Clown.
So I actually do want Minthara with me for comedic effect. So those two can stay over there, but we are gonna have Minthara just run over here and join me. While she's running, I can spend a tadpole or two. What do you think I actually want her to have? I don't really particularly care. Here, take Shield of Thralls.
All's well that ends.
The creepy monster
Not as
thing.
bad as it could have.
While she lives, Orin will continue to terrorize us, and soon she will make good on her threats.
Another Vorcha in Baldur's Gate? Yeah, it actually does look like a Vorcha.
Afraid, vulnerable. We need to prove her wrong. Nervous? Don't be preposterous. I am on alert, as you should be too, given who hunts us. I have faced Orin before, and she left scars on me that will never heal. She will enjoy adding to them, and she can strike whenever she pleases. She could be anywhere. Could be anyone.
Despite her protestations to the contrary, it is clear that Minthara is afraid.
father is murder incarnate, and she is a devoted daughter. To please Baal, she would butcher.
She always have those veins? No, no.
She has the scent of our blood, and she will tease and toy until she tires of the hunt.
She and I used a special brain worm.
Without a second thought.
Now our teeth are fucked and we have all those weird veins, but we can fly. Fair trade. Okay, we've got other dialogue we could go through, but Minthara has some funny dialogue and a thing over here. I need to steal a ring from this guy. I could actually spend some money on him and play his little game first, but I think I'd accept that trade-off. Yeah.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Another. Good.
Nah. I don't care enough to use inspiration there.
My time comes. I will show you. Oh, look. Every eye raw. Break my cage. Unlikely.
Oh, I actually don't have any meat. Hang on. Yeah, that is a big cat.
2 steps at a time. This better be good.
Oh yeah, I still have the Susur Bloom there. Is there anything I could use that on that's funny? I could probably use it on Mystic Carrion. I could use it on Leroican, that would be funny. Okay, yeah. Also, hi Lazel. Wonder if she's comfy in there. Lazel the Raptor. Okay, Satan. I like where your head's at. Yeah, she's EP.
No, we can't go. I want to see Dribbles.
It was a misclick. Calm down. He was just a little hungry. We gave him some meat. Why is Lazel in the chest? It's her assigned spot in camp. She's part of the team. All of the party members have their own spot in camp. This is the best dialogue in the game, by the way.
Buddy the dog is my very best friend. Do you know why? Why? Because with him, anything is possible. Way!
Just give the word and I will kill the clown. We would be praised as heroes.
Did you hear about the scarecrow who lost a fight? He got the stuffing kicked out of him. Way! Oh, you're all such good friends. I've had a wonderful time, but I have to go. Oh, well, if you insist. How about a magic trick? But first, I need a volunteer with nerves of steel and the heart of a lion.
Who will it be? Who?
A bloodthirsty rush of fury engulfs you. You want to butcher the crowd, women and children alike, and soak in their innards. It is glorious.
You, my special assistant. Come on up.
Normal reaction to a comedy bit. Yeah, I forgot goo gets an option here. But this is funnier. My good friend Minthara is the funniest person I know.
Am I indeed? Perhaps I will tell my favorite joke. It is about you bleeding to death.
Oh, my heart! The enthusiasm is so much! Now, up, double sharp, or poor Buddy will think you don't like him. Right there! Oh, perfect!
Go on, Minthara. Tell the one about the man who married a Drider.
It was a beautiful webbing.
Don't walk through people, it's rude. Get it? Cause webbing, a Drider is a spider drow.
You're very special. As special as can be.
You liked it, Mr. Madness.
Why? You're special, my friend, because I have a message just for you. Praise the Absolute.
Classic Minthara. Great comedic timing.
Praise the Absolute.
Yeah, I'll heat convergence. Oh yeah, Edge of Darkness unavailable. Yeah, I'll just Tiger Spell this again then. Oh, I heat convergence and poke. I'll force a crit. He's bleeding, so he'll die on his turn. Or actually... damage reflection, baby! Hey, bro survived the hit? What a legend. Stop hitting yourself. Yeah, I had kind of forgotten how good the Dark Justiciar plate, the purple one, is, because it requires you to, like, get hit. But if you plan around that, then that's fun. Minthara's got a cool little buff thing. She can just give extra movement and fire damage. Never long stridered myself, did I? No. Blacking on the buffs. Unbelievable. Minthara just is an animal person or a people person. She is an animal person, actually. Like, if for whatever reason you lose Scratch, she has a comment. Well, she's got a bunch of funny lines. One of them is she'll throw Scratch's ball and then tell Withers to go fetch and just giggle about it. Another one is she says, everyone assumes I killed the dog. I liked the dog. Go for Tiger's Bloodlust again? No, I'll just poke. Now I heat Convergence. Hit yourself. Collateral damage. They're fine. They're fine. They're just sleepy.
Another shapeshifter. A shame we did not get to kill a
Never change, Minthara. Yeah, the Minthara dialogue here is just too good for me not to mess around with. Okay, still Shield of Faith active. Let's actually go with,
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
That's Grace.
Eagle quack.
Manic Geek.
3 years of Quag Keck, Quag Chad, and most of all Quag Jiglin.
Thank you so much for the 3 years. I really appreciate it.
More interesting times.
Time does crazy things. And just, I don't have the words. Thank you so much. It's still weird to me sometimes that I've been doing this for this long. But you're a real one. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Hope things are treating you well.
Find a way forward.
There can be no respite.
On my way.
So now Lucretius will give us a quest to assemble the pieces of Dribbles the Clown. Lucretius has some of the best gloves in the game. Spell Knight gloves. They're great for casters, but I'm not going to be using that, so I'm not even going to really bother doing that conversation. I'm not actually 100% certain how I want to handle this over here. I want to spin the wheel because there's a couple of unique items you can get that are like joke items, but some of them are actually useful.
Dribble, behold! Akabi's wheel of wonders is better. Let's. Alas! Alas! Alas!
Like mirror of aging. Mirror will show you yourself as an elderly person if you look into it for long enough. Okay. Expired voucher for the local brothel. Shit like that. There's a couple of genuinely useful items, though. I need to keep spinning.
You failed to win the grand prize, but alas, you...
Eternal carafe of wine, or sometimes acid. Useful.
You failed to win the grand prize. Alas! Alas! No, you are well...
Boots of very fast blinking. Yeah, you can cast Misty Step with the caveat that you will teleport, leaving your clothes behind. Still useful. So he has all of my money now. And there's actually two things I need to steal here. Oh, it's time to save, scum.
Caught in the act.
This calls for careful footwork. Interesting selection.
Can.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. I can take what I need.
Caught in the act.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. A five-finger discount. Out of sight, out of mind.
Ryan can.
Better be cautious. Well, that's
Caught with your.
Can't risk being in open view.
He's you're supposed to steal from him for this ring, for something else. I'm taking advantage of that setting up. What happens if you kill a copy, actually? I suppose, yeah, no, that wouldn't be optimal. Yeah, you can just get a bunch of attempts for free. Now, DC 26 is something that you're not going to succeed unless you hit a nat 20 or have, like, insanely high sleight of hand and stuff. But yeah, I'm just doing this to get my money back because I want to do more spins, but also I am gonna need to steal the ring from him eventually. Luckily, this isn't like DOS 2 where you can only steal from someone once. So he said come mortals. Isn't everyone technically a come mortal? Because if you think about it, we're all just overcooked cum.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Follow for more philosophical debates.
You failed to win the grand prize. Yeah. Alas! No! Alas! 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 No! Jack.
Alas. So I spent all my money, stole it back, spent it all again. Bag of molding. All foods put into this bag immediately grows mold and spoils. Useful. Staff of Mumbling Wizard is unironically decent. It lets you cast Firebolt, which is sometimes Firebolt and sometimes Fireball. Unironically useful. But this cloak is what I was actually here for. So the wearer is perpetually just a little bit damp. That means while you're wearing it, you're vulnerable to lightning and cold damage, but resistant to fire damage. It's just a pretty much unconditional, hey, you're fire resistant. So, for my heat conversion stuff I'm doing right now, actually a pretty good thing to wear. Deathstalker Mantle is good in general, but giving myself fire resist is also good. And Magical Walnut. If planted, this nut will grow into a tree that grants the planter a single wish. However, it's a nasty-minded nut and will only flower into a tree once the planter is dead. And Akabi's Old Lamp. +1 breastplate. Wearing this +1 garment allows you to bring one additional person to a wedding or any other similar occasion. It's a +1 breastplate. The other hand of Vecna. How you doing, Jester? If you fake your deaths, mean you can game the system and actually get the wish from that tree. Like, I could just have someone kill my character. But I doubt it actually does anything. Thank you for testing. This game's just full of puns. Yes. There's two characters, this guy and another one, who just have joke magical items like that. Like, one of the joke magical items is a fishing rod that makes you immune to being surprised unless something very surprising happens.
Better be cautious.
Just do a naked monk build to use the Boots of Very Fast Blinking. The Boots of Very Fast Blinking are actually one of the most useful things for robbing the bank in Act 3.
Not up for trading today, I'm afraid. Just out of view. Oh my. That's a friendly-looking shadow. Using a 5 discount. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Funny Bob BG3 be diving in soon. Let's go. I think you're gonna have a great time with it.
Don't need any attention right now. Oh my.
Hold with your hand.
Softer than a whisper. What to choose?
Pickpocketing.
You don't have some unsuspecting you're gonna convince to plant and then murder them in their sleep. Oh, well, you see, now you're thinking like the Dark Urge, J-Bridge. I like it. I approve. You know what else? I'm also hungry. And I feel like treating myself. My phone's on 16%. Which one of you forgot to charge my phone? Heard from the best.
I just want a little look. Interesting selection.
Hold with your...
Breathe quiet. Move with care. I can take what I
can.
This calls for careful footwork. A little bit of this.
Red hand.
A little bit of that. All right. Time to skulk about.
Hold with your hand.
Come on, Fred.
Out of sight, out of mind. That's
You trying to pick the...
Now, I could have done this in a more optimal way, i.e. like not using all the money at once, because the more valuable an item, the harder it is to steal. So I could have done it in increments. But meh. He's so passive about it. Yeah, because this guy, by stealing his ring, the ring is what he's using to rig the game. So by stealing his ring, the game's no longer rigged. So you will actually win the next time you spin the wheel. And he'll get mad because he'll realize what you did. And then he'll teleport you to a hidden area that has 2 unique items. So you are supposed to steal from him. So they made it less punishing if you fail. And weaponizing that to steal something else. I'm eventually going to steal the ring, but not yet.
Can't risk being in open view. From your pocket to mine.
With your
Don't want to draw any attention. Want to take.
caught in the act.
Will the wheel of wonders stop you?
Don't need any attention right now. Nice.
Caught in the act.
Can't risk being in open view. Surely no one will notice.
Pickpocketing.
Just need a good roll. There's not too much in Act 3 I actually need money for. There's only a few items I need to purchase, but there's one vendor that you can't steal from because he's a ghost. And then I also need money to commission a statue of myself. Only mostly for vanity. It is also a stat buff I can get every long rest. And my consumable supply is a little bit low, so I'm going to need money for that as well. I guess I can't darkness there. Science.
Well, that's interesting. All right, time to skulk about. From your pocket to
Caught with your hand.
just out of view. If everyone else minds their business.
Damn it, Fred.
That's a friendly looking shadow. I can take what I please.
Red.
He's got one more unique item that I can remember that has an actual use.
Caught with your
It's actually technically an infinite money item.
Free for the taking. A little bit of this.
unfortunate.
But, like, I don't actually need it. I just do need my money back. Basically, what we're going for here is me getting my money back, and then I'm going to save again, and then I'm going to steal the ring, and then I'm going to talk to him. I could just kill him for my money, but I do still need the rest of the circus for other things. So something about Act 3 is, unlike Acts 1 and 2, where you do have some incentive to leave NPCs alive, there's very little stopping you from going around and murdering everybody. So anyone who has a vaguely useful item is not safe.
Crime can pay.
This calls for careful footwork. Surely no one will notice. Softer than a whisper. Nice.
Crime can pay.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Win prizes found only in the most exotic of planes.
My hands
Give me my money.
Caught red hand.
softer than a whisper. All mine.
How unfortunate. You'll need to prove your.
I wonder if I could open the trade window and then split the stack. Probably. That'd require me moving a second character over here, though. So I'm just going to keep doing this. We're not in the city proper yet, so, like, the load screens aren't as terrible as they will be in the next map. That's fine. Basically, we're going to get this money, then steal the ring, and we're going to kill a bunch of dinosaurs.
Come, mortals!
I just want to
Try your luck!
not up for trading today.
Caught in the act.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Interesting selection.
Caught with.
This
It's technically not even fucked if I if I make him hostile, because he'll only be temp hostile. I would just have to chug an invisibility pot.
Unfortunate.
And then go back to camp. But Safe Scumming exists. That's a strat to use if I really need to steal an item and I'm doing a no reloading run. Which I was thinking about. I keep thinking of rules for challenge runs I want to do. I'm thinking I do a only 2 characters. Like actually just those 2 characters. I can't have someone else in my party for any length of time. I'm thinking only 2 characters. No reloading for any reason. No tadpole powers. Maybe even no multi-classing. And maybe no respecking. It takes a lot to make a rule set like actually oppressive. But I think that's enough. Oh, he's got a speed pot here too. I want to sell the, steal that too.
In the act.
Better be cautious.
Your pickpocketing has yielded a fight.
A lot of restrictions. Honor mode, essentially. Yeah. The one I'm kind of resistant to is pure class only, because that's just gonna make some shit annoying rather than difficult. Like, for example, pure class rogue sucks. It's just bad. But rogue provides some utility that other classes are going to struggle at. And it basically means that I would be actively sabotaging myself by not having one of those 2 characters be a bard. Because bards have the most skill proficiencies, they're also one of the better marshals, and they have some of the better utility spells. Like, the game already heavily favors bard, especially once you get up to the higher levels. Doing no multi-classing as a rule only makes that worse.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Alright, time to skulk about.
Nice.
Come on, Akabe.
Pickpocketing has yielded a fight.
Steal your gold back farm's taking longer than I expected. The first time was faster. Just, we had good luck on the first one and then exceptionally bad on the second one. That's fine. My first bard playthrough remains my favorite, I think. Bard is one of those things that you can play in so many different ways. Like, it's legitimately got enough versatility that it could be the only class in this game, and you'd still have a lot of players playing completely differently. Because you've got the 3 subclasses, but then bards have insanely diverse spell options. Support melee marshals well, they support ranged marshals well, martial strats, I should say, as well. Like, bard is optimal archer, but like it's good at melee as well. If you're going for that smite-centric gameplay, bard supports it better than paladin does. They get extra short rests. So anything that's dependent on short rest resources, it's a bard in the party.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
They do better at skill checks because bardic inspiration, also more proficiencies. They can. Got inspired by it and started playing Godfall again. Let's go. It's such a good game. If I wasn't so bogged down with the game's backlog, I'd be playing some Godfall as well. Because I got the itch the other day. So I need to finish on my Spider-Man playthrough. I need to start and finish Alan Wake. We got Remnant DLC next week, Pokemon DLC next month. I'm still playing BG3, still playing DOS 2, been playing some Borderlands 3 as well. Lots of games, lots of games. So I'm gonna do like 10 minutes more of this at most. If I don't get it in like a reasonable amount of time, I'll just leave my money here and come back and get it later.
Red-handed.
We'll do like 3 more save quit cycles, I think. Forgot about Remnant DLC, gotta relearn everything about that game. They've changed a bunch of stuff. Like all your knowledge about the weight system and the value of different armors, yeah, that's all out the window now because they've rebalanced all of that. In a positive way, nothing got worse. Everything got better, is the TLDR. I guess the only thing that got worse was Mark 1 Letos, if we're being honest. But it's still not useless. I think my hardest DOS 2 challenge run was Tactician, Triple Health and Armor, banning Skin Graft Scrolls and Glass Cannon. Yeah, I'm still very early on, but like, Glass Cannon is already crazy. And I've started appreciating Necromancer stuff now too. So like, Whirlwind, Corpse Explosion, Glass Cannon, Executioner, chain knockdown spam, like it's been fun. It's been fun. I've got like a Knight Rogue thing going for one character and then Necromancer for the other. And then Priz has a Knight as well. First time seeing Corpse Explosion was priceless. Cause like I expected damage, but then I saw it how much damage and I was like, huh?
Don't want to draw any attention. Well, that's interesting. Better be cautious. Surely no one will notice. Just had a view.
And the fact that you can just teleport corpses into position is like, huh? Teleport's another thing that's absurdly broken.
Caught in the act.
I don't need any attention right now.
How unfortunate.
Okay. I'll just steal the ring. I'll come back for my money later. Available level 1, by the way. Was there a pog? There was stunned silence. One AP, by the way. Yeah, doing Corpse Explosion into Mosquito Swarm and then Infect. Just insane burst damage. Like, absurd burst damage for that point in the game.
I can take what I please.
You failed to win the grand prize, but fear not, grotesque one. I can't.
Oh yeah, I don't know my money. Will he notice I took the ring? Let's find out. Gotta go over here real quick.
What's up for discussion?
Clown Man is... Yes! I has lots of stuffs. Just for you.
That. Oh, these gloves are fun. +1 bonus to attack rolls when throwing, and you swap positions with the target if they fail a dex saving throw. It says you may, but like that's misleading. You do swap. So it can discourage you throwing, depending on the situation as well. But it does create some hilarious movement options. And does make grouping enemies easier in some cases. Quite fun. I like it a lot. Glove slot is kind of free right now, so. Throw it in the shopping cart. Okay. Actually, I need to reset the trade offer. Just sell the stuff in Shadowheart's inventory. This is necrotic. I don't need that. Oh, you don't have enough for all of that. Okay, let's see. Add that.
Bye-bye.
Now I need Sugar Mama Shadowheart to send me my money. Kabi doesn't seem to care that I stole the ring. Which I'm gonna make a hard save here. Title it Akabi, give me my fucking money. Akabi, fuck you, is shorter.
The spongy mort. Let us. You thief! You cheated!
How does it feel, sucker?
Dare! Enjoy the jackpot, muley curd!
Damn that Ginny. Where am I?
Hey, so he just teleports you to a jungle with like literal dinosaurs chilling out. Which we don't mind because 1, it's XP. 2, it's cool as fuck. And 3,
Time to skulk about.
There's 2 unique items in this area. That was a rude knockdown.
Breathe deep and move. No traps, please. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be
Finish the AOT finale. It was fitting. Yeah, I think so too. It's one of those things where you'll see people with, let's call it, lacking media literacy drawing some interesting conclusions about it, but I think it was fitting is the appropriate word. Not to say flawless, not to say the series is flawless, but fitting. Oh, nice crit.
First step is the hardest. Anything of use?
I suppose I wouldn't need this cloak if I was, remembering to have Gale do the thing. That's a lot of effort. So this ring is really good. It's the only place to get it. Band of the Mystic Scoundrel. After hitting a creature with a weapon attack, you can cast illusion or enchantment spells as a bonus action. That doesn't sound like a massive deal until you realize that Hold Person is enchantment. So you can bonus action Hold Person. If you're a Warlock, all of your casts are your maximum spell slot level. So, yeah, you can bonus action Hold Person multiple targets if you're a high enough caster level. Among other things. It's real good. It's real juicy. So the internet's for bad takes. You might not be wrong.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
But it's one of those things where, kind of like how the Joker is like this staple of that weird incel subculture. Eren Yeager is one of those too, where people are like, oh, he's this Sigma male. Just kind of totally missing the point, you know? Another example, people who think that, Patrick Bateman isn't supposed to be, like, something... people who think that's not a character you're supposed to hate. They're like, oh, I want to be just like him. Like, really, dude? Really? Like, those three characters.
Time for some bloody work.
People say that? Oh, yeah. Yes. It's a big thing. Which three characters? The Joker, Patrick Bateman, and Eren Yeager. Put Tyler Durden on that list. Yeah, it probably belongs there too.
Bet I can crack that open.
Am I gonna run out of thieves tools? That would be very awkward. I have to go buy more. I could pick up the chest and have someone more proficient do it. What happens if I bust it open? I don't know how much people talk about Fight Club anymore. Not that much, that I've seen anyway. Okay, I can still just... Cool. So yeah, this is the second best two-handed weapon in the game. It's another +3, so that's already great. But you get extra movement while holding it, immunity to fall damage, a free light around you, which can be good. Bonus thunder damage. It's a weapon that returns to you when you throw and does a thunder AoE when you throw it. And it's got a couple good weapon maneuvers for having it equipped. It's incredibly good. The only reason it's not as good as Spirit of Evening is because Spirit of Evening does more piercing damage. Piercing damage can be made to scale higher. The only reason. So Nerona does get Piercing Strike, which is very good too. So it's worth having. Suppose the same should be true of American Psycho. I can say that American Psycho has a very high presence in pop culture discussions still, for some reason. Largely due to a lot of memes, but there is a disturbingly large crowd of people who view it as a blueprint for how a quote-unquote Sigma male should act. It's real weird. It's weird shit.
Why were these particular red caps caged?
We had an... They're damn near chomping at the bit. What's the plan?
For refugees traveling on... It would be most easy to sleep in...
This dude's got ability drain charisma. It's almost like I attacked him before. Huh. He's level 12. I wonder who this is.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Again! How sweet to feel my crimson spill. Ripen for me.
Sigma male looks fuckboy. Basically, fan, yeah.
I'll make you perfect.
She's toying with me. What does she want?
You! Try attacking me when my back isn't turned, you bloody coward.
Oh hey, he doesn't get murdered if you do it this way. That's cool.
Is that so? I'll tell you now. You'll be seeing bloody double when I'm done with you.
Try and you'll be smiling without teeth for the rest of your life. If you can fix her, you should try.
You know what? Not worth it. Go on!
I don't know if she's fixable. We can definitely make her worse, though.
I should speak up.
Hi! Want a blade?
She's so nice. I love this vendor.
Or maybe a spear is more...
I am using a spear.
You look like you know how to use a spear. By spear. What'd you say? Huh?
Show me where's.
Oh, yay!
Until she praying mantis is you. The direct blood relation isn't a deal breaker for you guys. The fact that she and Dark Urge are blood related, not a deal breaker. Nor is the fact that Oren's dad and grandpa are the same guy. Also that she's wearing skin, like inside out skin. That's what her armor is. Probably smells terrible. Also the being evil and murdery bits. Dancing Breeze is a good weapon, but it being slashing does kind of ruin it. If it was piercing, like with brace and whirlwind attack and being finesse, it'd be insane. Yeah, but she's got nice. Oh, I see. Stalker gloves are good. Skullduggery attack is an extra instance of damage rather than a bonus bit of damage, so it can be made to scale quite high. Plus initiative's always good too. Glove slot doesn't have that many memorable things until we get to an item we haven't gotten yet. So that's pretty good for right now. There's also Ambusher here. Trade Secret mentioned this earlier. Good short sword. Plus initiative, advantage on perception, extra damage against enemies that haven't gotten a turn yet. It's real good. Good stat stick. I'm doing two-hander, so I won't be using it, but Bone Spike Garb is tempting. Reduces all incoming damage. I'd be able to go back to doing the mage armor stuff. That I'm doing with the Justiciar plate. But I like the advantage on stealth checks. can always come back and get Bone Spike Garb if I change my mind. I guess if I used Bone Spike Garb, I could get away with using Bone Spike Shoes, which I need to remember to grab. We'll go grab those in a moment. But I'm not going to be jumping much. Elven Chain's good. It's medium armor that does not require you to have the proficiency, because it gives you the proficiency, and it gives you an initiative and advantage on dex saves. There's like a lot of really good gear in Act 3. But I'm after a very particular set of things. So I won't be taking full advantage. Sell off these halberds.
Want more?
Never a dull moment.
I need some money. I don't need much right now, but I do need some. Okay, I still have Edge of Darkness. Oh, and yeah, alright, that was the first Orin. So, which NPCs Orin replaces seems to be random per playthrough. There's a certain pool of characters she can replace, and anyone who was replaced, except for that blacksmith guy, you can find the original very dead in a particular location later on. It's a really interesting mechanic, and this is one of the areas where Dark Urge just gets a lot more out of the main storyline because the Dark Urge has a history with Orin. So a lot of dialogue changes. It's very good. Act 3 feels a lot more complete as a Dark Urge character, in my opinion. I think, if you're picking an origin for, like, maximum narrative impact in this game, you are looking at either Dark Urge or Shadowheart. Still running out of habit. I should be flying everywhere.
Another quake. What's going on?
It's the Elden Ring. There's something happening to it.
Might be useful.
There's an extra copy of a good amulet in this chest. For whatever reason, it doesn't drop if you break the chest rather than lockpicking, and I'm low on Thieves' Tools, so I'm gonna leave it. I already have one copy, and I'm not gonna use it, so... It's there.
Like falling to sleep.
Was this guy not Orin? He's not level 12. He's always been Orin for me.
My legs tell the others.
This man is not long for this world.
Stone Lord.
You hear the blood gurgling.
Yeah, okay. Every other playthrough, this guy's been Orin for me. So he's in the pool of characters who could be Orin. Say what you will about Orin, she's not very boring. No? Okay. She won't leave you snoring. She won't judge you for whoring. I'm not trying to talk you into liking Orin, it's just kind of accidentally happening. I'll have to sort that out later.
That same ship was at Moonrise Towers, if I'm not mistaken. Can't risk being in open view. Looks like those two are about to fight.
I joined the combat a little late, but it should be fun. Sat in turn base for too long. Save my reaction. I have high AC. Yeah. Could be higher. Ooh, an eagle barb. Neat. I thought about doing an eagle barb setup. Involves jumping down onto things. Cool. Convergence, Edge of Darkness. Now I've got a free Darkness Cloud that I'm not concentrating on. Game of superhero landings. I go back to hanging out in the darkness. Don't you firebomb me? It was a Murica joke, J-Bridge. It's because an eagle, like freedom units. killing my allies. It's fine, because I'm an ally. Oh, no longer an ally. Cool. Group them up like this. Now this is where Edge of Darkness or Cleave would go crazy. This is where I would rage Tiger's Bloodlust, but it's fine. You're slowed. You're low HP. Rage. Heat Convergence, Tiger's Bloodlust. And you get an inspiration for third-partying that fight and killing everybody.
Something good here, I hope.
Gleam Dance is a decent dagger. Corpse Grinder is a good weapon. That's going directly to camp.
How much further can I go?
This is the boat that we saw parked at Moonrise, and it's one of the ways they're shipping tadpoles. And you can actually get 9 tadpoles just from boats in Act 3. So it's very easy to max out your tadpoles on like 2 characters. Beyond that, you'd be struggling. You can get absolutely everything on 1 character, but you can more feasibly get like everything that's good on 3 characters.
Let's see what this does.
Passageway over here that has some boots I'm gonna want, but I'm gonna BRB. I got a couple things to take care of. Sorry about the delay. I was ordering food and the app was doing weird shit, so I needed to actually stare at it for longer. I miss when you could pay for things with cash. Encumbered again? Really? Not having Mighty Cloth on causes some problems. I don't actually need bombs on me. Or I'll hold those. I don't need this loot either. What do I have in my camp supply? Anything heavy? Yes. That's a lot better. I've been using the ATM in years. That feels so strange. I'm sure I don't. Like, it was the weirdest thing to me when I started traveling again, like, for the first time post-COVID. And I tried to, like, pay for something with cash somewhere because my bank was just shit and at the time was screwing me over and just, like, flagged my shit without telling me because I was spending in a place I don't normally because I was traveling. But they don't actually, or they didn't. I don't know if they would now because bank changed over, but they wouldn't, like, call me when they flagged the thing. So I'd have to find out when a purchase failed. But basically, I was trying to purchase something and it failed. So I went, okay, you take cash. They didn't, because in post-COVID world, a lot of places just don't take cash. Right, Jake? Jake gets it. Plus the saving throws as well. Not wearing a shield or armor. It's not bad. It's just I think I'm getting more benefit from Justiciar half plate damage reflection. It's advantage on constitution checks too. That's pretty nice. I need something better in my boot slot. If I remember to actually dash, then Arcane Charge is still optimal. I just need to remember to dash. Not from a practical sense, just in how much has changed in our lifetimes. Right, exactly, exactly. It's something that I'm not necessarily, like, opposed to conceptually. It's just, it's weird to go through that change.
But still...
Like, it wasn't actually that long ago that change stopped being really used. Like, coins. I just didn't think cash would follow suit so quickly.
Seems like the best way. What's inside?
can't just fly up there? Fine. I'll walk. Sort of peasant. I need to do a long rest.
Citizens only. I won't say it again.
But we want clear from arms. Nowhere else to go. Please. Orders are orders. We've got ours, you've got yours. I need you to step back.
Do I have everything I want from the vendors here? Yeah. Although, wonder if this is different. Okay, no, that's sealed off. I guess Barkus is just not gonna show up, even though he never died. Yeah, okay. Question is, do I long rest now? Yeah, I think I'll do that. The shot going to Vegas in like 2014, you don't need to have coins anymore for slots. Maybe further back then than that. It's the last time I went to a casino. So last time I went to a casino was shit, 2018, and there were still coin slots.
Hi. It's me, Yenna. You remember me, right? You were really nice to me before, and, my mum hasn't come back yet. She might come later. I don't think she's coming. Could we maybe stay here?
Good.
Yes! You've got a fire and everything. I can cook really good. Whatever you want. Thank you, thank you.
Nice kid. Okay, so in terms of party comp, Will, are you in camp? No. Still don't know if Will is like permanently broken dialogue-wise. He might be.
I've got a long road ahead.
I need to check.
One day I'll catch a
Because
break.
if he is, then I'm gonna need to stuff Will into Wither's locker indefinitely. Which, you know, sorry, buddy. Children all have very adult faces. They do. It could be like in Cyberpunk where they just shrink down full-size character models.
I have battled great evil.
Okay.
What is she capable of?
He works now.
And where will she strike next?
He works now. Cool.
The pride of the game.
Are you concentrating on something? Okay, it's you who's doing Shield of Faith.
Looking ahead.
Yeah, I think I still dismiss him.
Well met. Are you sure? And just
Don't waste a step.
Reason being, I need Gale. Oh, hi,
Seems
Scratch.
like a good moment to talk.
Anti-horny meds really got to him.
Back at camp. How I've missed the smells.
Bloody skull right behind him.
Indeed. And I'm sure Dringo will do a great job. He always took good care of me.
or in toys with us where she could destroy us. Whatever her motivations, I hope she reveals them quickly.
Yeah, I haven't talked to Gale in a while. There's like Act 1 and Act 2 dialogues here. What is Gale's response to the Astral Tadpole?
I can only imagine what I could do were I to adopt the biology of a mind flayer. It certainly doesn't seem to have done you any harm. Or rather, you've not yet done me any harm. Still, there are undoubtedly risks to such a transformation.
So yeah, you still have a persuade check on this for Gale. Minthara is the only one who takes no convincing. She like demands it. She's like, gimme.
If this is what the fates have offered to... How can I help? We're...
At the ready.
Gale, take the astral tadpole.
Alright. What now?
Gale, you're supposed to be...
Go ahead. I'm listening.
One with the weave.
Okay, well, he's not doing it. I don't know why he's not. He's supposed to be using the astral tadpole right now. That's fine. It's fine. Give me yummy mega tadpole. Yummy mega tadpole was actually my nickname in high school. So I have him as 8 fighter, 1 cleric right now. What can I give him that's useful for the nonsense I have him doing with Warding Bond? I'm trying to think. It might be a sorcerer level. No, I think optimally I have him do 8 fighter, 4 cleric. Alright, we'll give him another cleric level. Yeah.
At least things have stayed interesting. With haste.
Trying to keep track of all the long rest events that I'm going to be juggling here. There will be one with a starring, but not yet. I think the next 2 will be Dark Urge related. Okay. Make a quick save first before I try to hard save so my game doesn't crash. Swag juggling. I want more emote slots. Hey, we're only like 800 subs off of next emote slot. Not a joke, by the way. Easy. Only 800? Yeah. What, do you guys not have $4,000?
Soldier.
Fake fans.
My engine. It hurts. I think this might be it. Soon. Things burning hotter than I knew it could. I want us both to be ready if... well, if we can't fix me.
I'm not ready for that, and I never will be.
Life can come at you pretty fast, soldier. A good defense can help you stay on your feet.
Jester, thanks for giving us up to fan.
know that.
$7.99 to go.
Let's go home. It's about damn time.
Lady Shah's blessings be upon you. What's that look you're giving me? I feel like a mouse cornered by a cat. It can be difficult to explain if you don't worship the Night Singer yourself, but I'll try. Lady Shah respects cunning. And that's exactly what you and I will need to demonstrate if you want this to continue.
Never actually heard this dialogue.
Rules are perhaps not always meant to be broken, but they are always intended to be bent. That kiss we shared wasn't my first, you know.
Oh, scandalous.
Lady Shah's initiates. We weren't supposed to have relationships. Or flings. Not even stray trysts. And yet...
Wait, so Shar is a prude too? Wait, that's the worst thing. So she's all about, like, you know, edgy loss and no personal relationships and murder and pain and suffering and all that. But she also makes you be an incel? Shar sucks.
Don't worry. Even if I could remember them, none could withstand
And we get to
comparison.
789, you know, for
can frame
numerical
many acts
cannibalism.
as service to the Dark Lady if you put your mind to it. Seduction can be a worthy form of subterfuge. A snatched moment can practice the art of stealth. And making a lover wait.
Thanks for gifting a sub stump.
Well, there's few finer torments, if you know what you're doing. As long as my actions can be thought of as honoring Shah or honing skills in her service, there's a great...
Wait, hang on, this is so fucked up. She's like, no, it's okay. This is compatible with my religion as long as I gaslight myself constantly. Huh?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Okay.
I know you do. But I'm not going to let you. Not just yet. Few finer torments. But you need to understand.
Giving you blue balls is what my god.
I can't truly love you. Not like most define it. I'll always have to keep a place for Lady Shah. But you're clever, willing, and flexible. You needn't feel left wanting. I'll give you all that I can. Just don't call it love.
Wow. That's, bleak. No. This is the emotional damage my evil character deserves. Oh yeah, still the owlbear egg. No. No. The Emperor was gonna try to rizz me up. And no. I'm not gonna fuck the Mind Flayer. You can fuck the Mind Flayer. It is by far the lengthiest and most detailed of the romance cutscenes. By far. You even get people walking in on you after and being like, what? I'm not doing it. You deprive us of this? Yes. You're gonna have to make that decision yourself. You're gonna have to join me in the club of ashamed achievement havers. Where your Steam friends list can check and see, oh, you're one of those, huh? Okay.
Your desire.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Which way to the nearest library?
Added a mind player rim. I'm okay. You know, I don't think I need to imagine that, but I'm happy for you that you have the imagination to do so. I'm proud of you. Was that diplomatic enough?
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
No, not yummy. No.
I question the. I'll be here.
These boots have seen everything.
I could have Halcyon in my party for the funny of having Halcyon and Minthara together. Optimally, I should have Karlak in my party for a while. We're gonna have Jaheira.
If you have the rope and the city needs us, by your with the abs, there's a.
Will I need to respec her at all?
Let me guess, you need something.
I think one cleric level should be enough, actually. When all the companions in camp know you banged the Mind Flayer because of Tadpole connection. Not only that, but like when you do it, you see like a portal accidentally opens because the Emperor's not concentrating on shutting people out anymore because he's too busy fucking. And then like, at least for me when I did this, I had Karlak, Shadowheart, and Minsk all standing there like, what am I seeing? So, yeah. Yeah, okay, I only need a level for Shield to Faith. It doesn't much matter what I have Jaheira doing here. Because she is just gonna be, like, chilling in camp for the most part. But I want to have access to useful buff. That's interesting. There is an item that you get in Jaheira's house in the city that gives her +1 wisdom. So she's one of the few characters with like an optimal stat spread. Provided you give her that amulet. Kind of thoughtful. Don't look at Shadowheart's stat spread. the default one. It's real bad. Just don't call it love. Okay, fucks the mind player. Shadowheart is totally into the idea of you being a throuple with Halsin, who also says no love, just fuck. So you can be in a throuple with two people who are incapable of being emotionally involved with you, while you are also fucking a squid man on the side, and a devil, and another devil, and a couple of drow. Yeah. Game of the year. Fucking. Oh, you're good on ritual spells. Huh. Yeah, like her having a good stat distribution kind of makes this feat awkward. So I'm not actually using her in combat, and I don't need her to do anything else. Default Jaheira is built different. Give her perception proficiency. Yeah, I guess I will. I guess giving her Enhanced Leap would be useful because... So, Jaheira and Halsin aren't tadpoled. They're the only recruitable companions that do not have tadpoles. So you can't do some of the more useful things on them. To compensate, Jaheira starts at a higher level than other companions do. I'm already level 10, so that advantage is gone, but...
No one stopped me yet.
Minsk starts at level 12 and is tadpoled. So he's just kind of like, if you want free power. I thought the title said Sick of Balance, which brought back BL3 memories.
Always nice to be wanted.
That's so real. Okay. What do you have prepared right now? You should have that instead. That... Better if you had that. Do you not have Stone Skin? Minthara has that. Yeah, druids can't get remove curse. That's weird. I found that weird. So we're setting up some of the buff. I don't think I have any more combat before an area transition, so I'm not going to have anyone concentrate on anything.
Call and I answer.
Let's move. Breathe deep.
But there's still some buffs I'm gonna want to have on.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
romance the mind flayer is Lae'zel? Yes. Which... yeah, I can't imagine non-Avatar Lae'zel would be a fan of that decision, but Avatar Lae'zel can do all sorts of fuck shit that Lae'zel normally wouldn't.
I hope this is important. For your sake.
Guarded protection from poison. Oh, yeah, I guess I don't have a Death Ward user, but I don't really need a Death Ward user. I'm a half-orc. I'm a half-orc W.
No time to rest.
I don't have free cast on my bar. Like that on my bar. I can go over there. See if I can go there. And I turned on Speak with Animals, right? Cool. It takes a while to manage buffs when you're doing things like this. So I don't have my Bloodlust Elixir on right now, but that's because I don't actually currently have the mats for that. Oh wait, no, I got the mats for that at some point. Shard succeeded the medicine check. Cool, we're gaming. We're gaming. I'm gonna need to stop by an alchemist though.
Let us show them how it's done.
Here has got a decent weapon here for dual wield setups.
Let's get going.
Okay, well, we're good. I'm gonna make a save here. Day was made today. Searching BG3 seems to bring up the BG3 wiki and not Fextra. Let's go. That's a massive W. So I could go talk to Gale's cat, but I don't feel like it, because I'd have to have Gale, like, in my active party.
I thought we'd be safe in the gate. I heard the stories.
Well, all you want. We've got enough mouths to feed. We don't need your kind.
I don't remember what happens if you go through here without gnomes as a distraction. Let's see.
Halt! By orders of Lord Gortash, refugees are no longer allowed in the city. Turn around.
I'm not a refugee.
Well, do you have the means to support yourself?
Help from the other side if I ever need support.
I'm afraid Article 30.1.7 stipulates that religious or spiritual assertions cannot count towards one's proof of self-sufficiency. I will repeat. For the last time, may I add, do you have means to support yourself? Then you don't need to be a...
I heard he's a good man.
It's a checkpoint for the pores. While I could kill them all very easily. Tara, give you anything else aside the ring and hat? There's boots. At her second location, she also gets boots. And the boots are a throwable. So, like, they're boots that do bonus psychic damage when you throw them. You asking for a bribe? Yes. just flew around the checkpoint. So we could step into the brothel. Raphael's in there. Some decent gear as well. Obviously soup. It is a soup kitchen. That's what a brothel is, right?
That shapeshifter's key unlocked the door. Interesting. These tunnels were full of shapeshifters. Father Logan's name is written here too.
So we got a list of murder targets. Delmain's already dead, Father Logan's already dead, Dribble's already dead, Alexander Rainforest apparently is already dead, Frank Peartree already dead. Then we've got these targets who are all still alive. Now, Cora Highberry is my favorite one that's still alive, because we can go force this confrontation faster. There.
Blood near the bed.
Notice some blood has pooled on the wooden floor.
Ha! Okay. Awesome.
You notice the blood's source. A body hidden under the bed. The corpse regards you lifelessly.
How'd you die?
Murdered by my son.
What does your son look like?
Dwarf like me. Dresses in red.
Who are you?
Theon Goldgrind.
She moonlights as a sexy librarian for hire. So, based.
Found his secret. Killed
the spells.
I know this key.
The urge must be sated.
One held by that corpse in the tunnels.
I don't want the music stopped. Okay, there it is. So I'm running low on thieves' tools. I actually do need to go to one of these vendors and buy some. Now, I want to go into the clothing store, but if you go into the clothing store, then Co-Carnage shows up and starts annoying you. Again, not a joke.
Up there, Danthalon's dancing axe. A half a safety to hear him.
Need something? I've got the tools for any job. Any job. Whatever.
I should have Jaheira with me for this. Gary the Prophet. Yep. Gary the Prophet. Pain. It'd be cool if there was a way to tadpole Jaheira. Wait, now that I said that out loud, I'm a monster.
Can't give up now.
Whatever it takes.
Still alive. So that's progress. Never wanted the easy path. I should speak up.
Welcome to Danthilon.
Greetings, sir.
Oh, you can turn off.
Blueberries.
I missed you.
Down below. Here's the key. Oh, Harper's nesting in your cellar tends to scare off business. So, if you mean to sling some coin around, only Jaheira will complain.
Oh, this guy has some good gear. Gauntlets of the War Master are incredibly good if you're using like weapon-based stuff. Trying to force things like fear conditions and that kind of stuff. Like Battle Masters really like Gauntlets of the War Master. It's also +1 attack, which is good because two-hander builds don't have good accuracy. Which is one of the reasons I'm gonna statue commission to myself, so I get an accuracy buff every long rest. Horns of the Berserker are quite good. Arcane Synergy is going to be more damage, though, because I'm Charisma scaling. Local Displacement, situationally okay. Special arrows are good, but I'm gonna hold off on spending money on that now until I have other things that I need more. This bow is decent. It's got a really good effect when you crit. And it's good if you're attacking gnomes or dwarves, but there's not too many of those you actually fight in this act, so... Garb of the Land and Sky would actually be good on that monk archer meme I was thinking about. You can force advantage and an extra 1d8 force damage on a bow shot. It doesn't say unarmed or anything, it says attack roll. Use Step of the Wind to get force damage on a bow. It's funny. That would probably apply to other instances. Like, that'd probably apply to sneak attack and then skullduggery attack as well. Huh. I have to mess with that. I've given myself a weird idea. Oh, I think my food is here.
A pleasure. Right, Sommy. You're on the door till our friends are done. God forbid we do any business today.
Alright. Here, bit.
Hi, Harper. May Seluna's tears shine on this meeting.
A very formal greeting, Geraldus. You are well?
Yes. Hi, Harper. Standing beneath Seluna's tears.
The lad's a little nervous, Jaheira. We heard of your great victory against Ketheric.
I understand, Geraldus. Take a moment. And you, Harper. There is something familiar about you. Doesn't she remind you of our old friend Marcus?
Okay, I'm back with Borger. I don't have desk space for this. Kind of slid apart in the box, but Borger.
Chihiro will see through them. She must. She's fought doppelgangers before.
Bloody doppelgangers!
I noticed. So I don't have all my buffs on right now. Black hole them. Let's just go for the poke. Yeah, this will be fun. Come on, Heraldus.
Be at the air and look elsewhere, would you? Good jump, dude.
There's more. How many more Harpers dead?
What's up for discussion?
Did I get it right?
Shaluna's tears. It is said no false face can stand beneath their light. An old code, Harper. But yes, you got it right. Now I need your report.
We had eyes on suspected cultists in the city, like you asked. We thought we were tracking them, but...
They were tracking you instead. Evidently. Doppelgangers.
And they're not just working with the cult, High Harper. They're part of it. Ballists, I think.
Sworn to Orin the Red, yes. We've already had the pleasure. Go on.
Everything seemed fine until your latest orders. Until we started to search for the Rashomon. They struck the same night. I woke to one of them strangling Chelvin, while smiling at me out of her face. She said... It said... that I'd report back to you as normal. Lure you here, and... I had no choice!
I'm sure it felt that way, Geraldus. The others were likely dragged back to Orin. Tortured. Sacrificed. I do not expect you to die for me. But to risk Entharl, any citizen who might have wandered in, there is always a choice. And the Harper must be able to make the hard ones. Perhaps this isn't the life for you after all, Geraldus.
No, Jaheira! Hi, Harper!
You really suck sometimes,
Please.
Jaheira.
I'm still a Harper. I want to help.
You've scarcely signed up, boy. And there is a war coming. Why die a Harper when you could still live as anything else?
Because it's his choice.
I want to fight. For Chelvin. For all of them. So it means something.
Death is death. To look for meaning in it is foolishness, boy. Childish storybook nonsense. Exactly the kind
That's
Harper would
brilliant
start, I
writing.
suppose. Fine. I have no right to make the choice for you. Not when this mess is of my making.
There's a character later
I sent the Harpers hunting after the
who
cult.
Jaheira even
without
has
thinking
history
what
with.
it would mean to be hunted in turn. Now they are compromised.
It says that death
And
is
if
death
not
thing,
for
but in
you,
a sort of mirrored
I
way.
wouldn't even know it.
That's really
I'm
interesting.
Sorry, Geraldus. Harper. And I owe you an apology as well. I haven't told you everything I hope to learn here today. First, Geraldus, you're the last Harper in the city I can rely on. Lay low.
Harper's
and
be an army of
rest while
bards.
You can. I have
You don't
matters
have to be a bard to
discuss
be a
with my
harper.
friend here.
You don't have to play the harp to be a harper.
One day I'll catch a break.
Jaheira, stand still.
I have not been overly generous with the truth. I came here to learn of the Chosen, true enough. But I set my Harper searching for someone else, too. Tell me, what do you know of a man named Minsk of Rashomon?
Your ruined brain lurches and bilious intestines squirm. A hero, an enemy most foul.
Whatever blow to the head has addled your thoughts, take comfort. You and Minsk have that in common. Minsk is an old friend. Perhaps my oldest. We fought at one another's backs times beyond counting. And the last time I saw him, I left him to die.
There's more to the story than that.
As it happens, everything. He was with me the night I first heard that name, connected to some cult gathering in the Undercity. What we found was the first dark seed of this plot. A circle of cultists with mind flayers in their midst. We might have ended it there, cut off at the root, but before I could send for help, Minsk charged in alone. It was chaos. He was overrun, dragged down beneath a mass of tentacles. I had a choice.
Pardon me with a good time.
And let word of this cult die with us, or leave him and live to fight another day. The world takes much from those who presume to defend it. But sometimes, you get to take it back. So don't be sorry, because I mean to use you, if you're willing. Infection, indoctrination, eradication. That has been the fate of everyone the cult has captured so far.
Burger.
But it has not been yours.
It's a half beef, half pork burger.
Perhaps it need not be
With
minced.
pickles, lettuce, tomato, mustard. It's really good. Really good. Bacon.
As simply as that? For no other reason than
Pickles
that
are so
asked?
good.
Perhaps you
I do
two will
engage.
get along. Oh, the point is moot without the means to find him. Without the
Half
Harpers,
beef,
we will
half
have to
pork.
find another
All
one.
delicious.
I'll have a better idea of what that is once we're through the gates. Seems I need to reacquaint myself with this damn
Well,
city.
I'm chilling. Chilling. Absolutely hating how daylight savings time is affecting my perception of time and my ability to fucking sleep. But other than that, I can't complain.
We're shopping first.
Time is a concept I refuse to understand. Based. Never used to hit me that hard. Me either. Ugh. I think we're old.
Still in control. Just.
Which makes him the inventor.
Armor was a bargain.
How about we settle on the Gondians and Gortash invented them?
So, you can get a pass to enter the city by either paying for a bribe or getting a pass from the investigator who's investigating the, investigating what? A detective who's investigating the cult activity. Now, said investigator is an abrasive piece of shit. So I don't want to talk to them. So instead I'm just gonna abuse flight and just fly in. It's dark at 4 o'clock now, it's bullshit. Preach. You just have the ability to fly? Yes, but it's because I did this to my brain. Worth it. But yeah, it's because I did this. Clearly not played this game. Procedures be damned. Cutscene's attempting to trigger. There we go. My game of the year, mine too.
Triumph after
if you're doing a good playthrough, you get scolded here instead, but
Who fights with monsters should look to it that he himself becomes a monster. When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you. You have reached the time of majority, and you shall come into your birthright. But another seeks to disinherit you. Do not let her be your death. Your father loves you best. You have already made us so proud. Slaughter your line. Become the last of your own. Lord Baal shall have but one chosen.
Memories flood back, snatches of your story written in the blood of 1,000 victims. Years spent in worship of Baal, leading his savage congregation in prayer, sacrifice, and slaughter. You were their master, and he was yours. A cruel master, a dread lord, a devoted father. All is greater than you could have dreamed. You are a spawn of Baal, his heir, his scion.
Narrator really had fun with the Dark Urge dialogue. She really just went crazy. It's so good. It adds so much to the game. Excuse me, what the fuck? Yeah, so, basically, I'm the spawn of the, like, the specifically engineered spawn of the god of murder. And basically you find out through context clues and conversations here in Act 3 that you, as the Dark Urge, you're the big bad of the game. You created the cult plot. Everything that happened because of you. Avoiding Dirge spoilers, tune out sometimes, that's good. Hopefully you tuned that out.
You are not the last of your name. Not yet. There is another. The abomination wrapped in flesh you saw in the colony. Orin. Dear sister must die by your hand. An offering in Baal's sanctum. Your heart pines for the love of your lord. Today is a wonderful day for murder.
Yeah, Orin is my sister, but also my niece, but also my great niece.
Please hold a moment.
Yeah.
The Watcher's presence fades, but another takes its place. Confident, dominant, commanding.
Greetings, old friend. Orin told me you were on your way here, but I scarcely believed it. Welcome back to Baldur's Gate. Welcome home. Allow me to formally invite you to my inauguration. Make your way to the ceremonial hall.
So Gortash isn't kidding when he seems happy to see you. No, Gortash and Dark Urge were besties. Before the events of the game, they were besties. This note, forgive me, Father, for I cannot help but admire the chosen of your sworn foe. Enver Gortash's genius will take us far. This is written by me. Dirge and Gortash just think each other are fucking cool. So there's an armor back here I want to steal. The invid spots for this.
I don't know, dear. I don't know. All we can do is be.
I need Minthara for something. Yeah, she's still over here. She's chilling in the circus for like the last hour.
What my friend means to say is that the witness must have been.
Calm down, dear. It won't happen, I swear.
Better.
Oh, I can't believe he's not Theo. He wasn't even hurt.
Still alive. So that's progress.
That's why nothing.
Okay, we make a save here.
Light on my feet. Softer than a whisper.
I would Misty Step in, but then I'd also have to Misty Step out.
Open up. Have to keep going.
There's not very many acid barrels in the game. I know of 2, and one of them's here. Jeez. Thank you for the 39 months. I appreciate it. How are you? How's it going?
I spoke to a witness who says you entered the house before the fire started.
Acid barrels my nickname in high school. Why?
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quack FIR.
Please make your way to the audience chamber.
Hells, not this again.
The brain is resisting its orders. Without all
Balderlands 3. I was always tripping.
acting on its own will.
I see what you did there. Messing on my sleep schedule. How you also messing on my sleep schedule. We were talking about how daylight savings absolutely fuck sleep schedules for no reason.
Lord Gortash is expecting you.
Mizora, mommy, hi.
Make your
Hi.
way to the audience chamber.
only to trap them in another.
Shut your mouth. Ravengard is a legend.
So invisibility pod, because don't want to trigger the dialogue in the coronation yet. We're testing a thing.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Biscuit in and out.
Oh boy. He doesn't have his sword anymore. So, in the latest patch, Larian has created a situation. An interesting situation that some might call an unfortunate situation. That situation is that in order to get the longsword that gives +2 charisma, which is an insanely powerful effect, by the way, you need to murder Will's dad? Maybe disarming him would work. Maybe you make him temp hostile and you hit him with command drop or disarming strike. I'll try that when he's in camp later. Yeah, pre-patch 4, you could just pickpocket his sword. He's got unique sword and unique armor. Obviously, the armor requires you killing him, but you could get the sword without killing him before. Now it seems you can't. But if he's holding it in his hand, then all you got to do is use the spell command and pick drop. And provided he fails the saving throw, he will drop it on the ground. Hopefully that works. If not, then I'm sorry, Will's dad is dying in every playthrough. I mean, after Will's questline is done, but...
Moving in.
Lord Gortash is expecting you. Lord Gortash is expecting you.
Yeah, and if you don't talk to Mizora there, she teleports over here.
If it isn't little Will's chums. I hope he hasn't been too much trouble. Heard about his father. The Dead Three's puppet. A travesty, really. He's upstairs in Worm's Rock, ordaining Gortash as Archduke. A splendid shindig, I hear. Perfect for crashing. Go on up. We'll talk after. And bring the pup along, if you can.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd hate for him to miss the fun.
I have a problem. I have a problem. I don't know which flavor of damage I have, what kind of issues I have, but yes, Mizora. Thank you. Please insult me more. There's a will, there's a way. Boo! Get off the stage! I still think Minthara is the best comedian in the game. Axel, how you doing? Very good. Hey, glad to hear it. Time to go execute Will's father. I mean, if you're in the mood for sciencing, Trade Secret, you want to try Command or Disarming Strike. See if he drops it, and then you could, like, take it and flee combat if he's temp hostile. I don't want to kill Will's dad. I like Will. Best companion IMO is Karlach. Best playable character IMO is Shadowheart. I really like Karlach as a character, and the performance that went into Karlach was exceptional as well. I think if we're going by, like, performance alone, it'd be between Karlach and Astarion. But if we go with, like, available content and how interactive they are with, like, things that are in the game, I think it's very hard to argue that a character ticks more boxes than Shadowheart does. Like, Astarion's got some of the most memorable stuff, but he's barely connected to story beats. Karlach has some connection to story beats and major characters and stuff, but the amount of actual content that is unique to her is very low. Whereas Shadowheart is integrated at every level. I can't command drop an ally. You'd have to, like, make him temp hostile and then command drop. But yeah. Okay, so we got a bunch of stuff we could do here. Going up here, we can grab a quest that gives us access to the best rapier in the game. We can go in here and steal from a church. Actually, a few things I need from in here. So, okay, we ball.
patron may not. You have come far, I perceive. Of course, my child. Within limits.
Shadowheart's directly connected to half the story. I think she's the MC lore-wise. I think the Dark Urge is the MC if we had to, like, assign a canon. I know at and right before launch, Larian was like, yeah, we don't recommend Dark Urge for first playthrough, but given how Dark Urge is not a recruitable companion if you don't have someone playing as them, it makes the most sense for me to say that Dark Urge is the protagonist with Shadowheart in the party, like, at all times. That's how you get the most of the game. Like, a two-player party of Dark Urge Shadowheart probably has the most complete experience of any of the combinations of characters. So this Morningstar is something I actually have never built around, but I want to. It's a one-handed piercing weapon that inflicts radiating orb and has built-in bonus radiant damage. Piercing is important because piercing scales up very well. One-handed isn't hugely helpful. Like, it's not a light weapon and it's not a versatile weapon, so you don't get free offhand usage, nor do you get free weapon master damage bonus, but it's piercing damage. Built-in radiating orb. It's a big deal. This Crusader's Mantle Cloak could be useful, but I probably won't actually use it the more I think about it. Do I have Dimension Door Scrolls? I have one, but I need at least two. Yeah, I need at least two. What do I sell here? I don't want to sell anything super significant. Let's see, how much value can I squeeze out of this? Yeah, we'll do that. Did Radiant retorted? Yeah. Any part of the story where you'd say you don't need Shadowheart? There's sections where I'd say you don't need her. But there's very few sections where anyone is, like, more connected to the story than her. Like, she's got a lot of passive Act 1 stuff. She's extremely relevant throughout Act 2. And then Act 3, she's got her own personal stuff. And then by the time you get to Act 3, very few of the origins have any real connection to the events outside of Dark Urge and Karlach. Karlach for connection to Gortash, Dark Urge for connection to Orin and Gortash. By that point, Will's only connection is to Ravengard, which is a storyline everyone can do. Which happens even if Will is not in the party at all. That's the difference between something like Astarion and Shadowheart, where they have personal missions in Act 3, but those can play out without them. But, like, they're not central to the plot. Thara's connection Act 3. I mean, Thara's not an origin character. I'm talking about origin characters right now. So the ones that you could start as. Gale is barely connected at all in Act 3. It's just the crown, which, again, that happens without it. I don't still have my buffs right now, do I? Disappointingly, Halson is, like, not connected to really fucking anything in the game beyond his mission in Act 2. Like, there's basically never a reason to have Halson. It has a great scene. It's fucking awesome gear. Gale has like 3 items in Act 3 that are exclusive to him, and none of them are particularly noteworthy. If you're talking about the items in Sorcerer Sundries, those are not connected to Gale.
There's no time to waste. Allow me.
Dedicated to sleep. A place where fools kneel then.
Good for wizards. Yeah, like there's really good gear in Sorcerer Sundries, just
Yes.
not Gale specific. There's not much gear that's tied to companions. There's 2 items tied to Will. There's 3 tied to Gale, 4 tied to Gale. 3 tied to Shadowheart. 0 tied to Karlach. 1 tied to Lae'zel unless you do the command drop cheese in Act 1. I guess 2 tied to Lae'zel, because you need her with you for boss to show up between Acts 1 and 2. Yeah, there's 1 to 2 tied to Lae'zel. 0 tied to Minthara. 0 tied to Minsk. There's 3 pieces of gear in Jaheira's home, but you don't actually need Jaheira to get those. So there's no gear tied to her. Because Jaheira and Minthara each have unique items, but they can be looted from their corpses. At RS more, she gets different stuff per route. That's true, actually. There's 4 items, and 1 of them is mutually exclusive with the other. Right, that's true. Because there's, what, chest, gloves, boots, spear. And which spear you get is determined by the route. Wait, have I buffed myself? Did Longstrider. Oh, I need Cat's Grace, Stone Skin, Shield of Faith.
How high?
I guess I don't need Stone Skin. Protection from poison, yes. Okay, so you do Shield of Faith.
Our enemies are everywhere.
And you... That's Grace.
No one stopped me yet. Out of sight, out of mind.
Finish this game. It's a great game. Still have lots of playthroughs planned. Okay, so it was requested that I check to see if something still works post-patch 4. I'm gonna try that. get cursed by the gods for robbing this place. But it's a Dark Urge inspiration. Which is funny. Do I want to rage here? That'll break my concentration. Unfortunate, but expected. I'm okay with missing that. Does reverse work? Yeah. I'll hellish rebuke that. There we go. So the way you get the mace here is... I popped an elixir? No. Okay. I don't mind wasting one here. You pick up the whole corpse. Still works. So by picking up the whole corpse, putting it in your inventory, and then go clicking on your weapon slot, which will then show a menu of all items you can equip in that slot, it will show the mace that's forcibly equipped to the corpse that's in your inventory. But then you can right click on that, select throw, and get it on the ground. Then you drop the corpse, pick up the mace, and you have this mace that I don't think players were like supposed to have, because it's just a regular ass non-magical, non-enchanted mace that has 4d8 radiant damage, which is a lot. How does one equip Lae'zel? Lae'zel is my favorite improvised weapon.
Very well.
And a bug or an Easter egg? I'd assume it's an exploit. There's a few items you can get that you're not supposed to get, but you can get them in that way. Oh yeah, so this game does not run well in Act 3. I'm chilling on the a nice solid 16 FPS right now.
I am so glad you asked, Edvard. No.
So, this guy is the dwarf that killed his mom. And he's our target right now. Now, pre-patch 3, you were able to stop him from escaping, so you could actually kill him here without having to one-shot him outright. Post-patch 3, we're now post-patch 4, he's just able to get away, like, pretty consistently. Like, even if you have him paralyzed, he's able to leave. Even if you get a surprise round and out initiative, well, he can't be surprised, but you can out initiative him, and he's still able to leave. Even if you shut off his reactions, he's still able to leave. It's really weird. So I can try to, like, one-shot him. I don't see it working, but I can try. What if you're an old person? Yeah, not a person. And that's just a form of paralysis. We can paralyze him with poison, and he's still able to leave.
I'm glad you asked. It'd certainly help with the dishes.
I'm just thinking about the ideal course of action. I could maybe set up a Blooded Great Axe one-shot. I think it'd be better to stick with the spear. I'm gonna regret not having Bloodlust Potion on for this.
You're drinking anyway.
Wine's here already. I might as well drink it.
Now, flavorists, I'm just saying, white wine is better.
We're making a quick save. I'm going to... Maybe I go for the purple worm toxin. Because if he goes... I can try that. I can try that.
God rest me in open view. It's a love.
Well, I'm glad. It really wasn't easy to set it all up myself.
Yes, you've made that very...
Yeah, I was able to use Backlash on him. He still got away. Yeah, I out-initiated him by 4 or 5 there. I rolled 16, I think he got a 12. He still gets away. So he cheats? Yes. So we'll just have to finish him at the location of his next target. We actually also killed the target because I just clicked an AoE and didn't care. It's funny, if you have damage reflection in this game, if something crits you, they also crit themselves.
Shit, he escaped. Going to his next victim, no doubt.
Tempers are rising.
Okay, fine, I won't loot the second corpse.
Have to keep going. Time to get going.
Short rest to get Edge of Darkness back. And
The approach unique, the form sloppy, but the passion for killing, it was like sport. It would be remiss to ignore such talent. Would you like to be more than a common murderer? To become an avatar of slaughter?
oh yeah. So if you murder a random NPC, like this guy comes up to you and is like, "Hey, I like your cut, G." Yes, get it? Cause cut, like murdered someone. Sure thing. Last time I got an invitation like this, life got a lot more interesting, says the warlock.
You must kill once more. Choose from our list.
Does he not know who you are? He does not.
Unholy sacrifices. Make them whole in murder. Remove your victim's hand. You will need it for what lies ahead. Good luck, aspirant. I trust we will meet again.
So I'm not actually gonna need the hand because, like, it's my cult, but that guy don't know that, so.
Why, yes, Edvard. Can I call you
So if we hadn't killed Aridin at the Druid Grove, he would be chilling here trying to get into Sorcerer Sundries. But we murdered him. We turbo murdered him. As he deserves.
Seems like a good man.
Look, it's the dwarves from the Underdark.
It's you. I never forget a face.
You got anything else to say? No?
Welcome to Bone Cloaks.
I had to manually skip.
We've even enough.
Cool.
Anyway, we can knock a little off the top if you've a mind to buy. Take your pick.
She's still got all the vendor trash that I sold her. But I need a few things. I need 2 noble stocks. Wouldn't mind that invis pot. I can go for Oil of Accuracy as well. Don't have any other mats I'm really thirsting for. I should really sell some scrolls to make up the difference here. But I am a hoarder. First noble stock.
As you choke down the acrid mushroom, a memory embraces your unlovable carcass.
Unlovable carcass. Thank you, narrator.
Collection. Shelves of jarred, floating, pickled organs, neatly labeled. Taxidermied beasts and men, elegantly displayed.
I don't know why the screen's just blue, but
killings.
okay.
A study, no doubt, arranged neatly by your gentleman's gentle goblin. As you and your butler perform a vivisection, Scelaritas's claws slips, calipers cutting the aorta of the living, screaming victim.
Drown the butler in the victim's open bladder cavity.
His tears mingle in with the golden fountain.
Golden fountain.
And you are left alone.
You ever just drown your butler in literal piss in a flashback? No? Stark Urge things? Okay. Just checking. So I could go get a pretty good helmet. From up here now, but I'm not sure if I want to actually use that long term. There's a bow that I could use from here. Person's actually Karlach's friend. There's dialogue if Karlach shows up here. Damon would be up here-ish, but we kind of killed Damon, so he's not there. Time steps use creativity for evil. Yeah. Yeah. Enjoy having my toilet drink my piss. You're a legend. You're exactly my kind of degenerate, T-Dog. Do you insult your toilet while it's drinking your piss? I spit on it. Good to know. We're gonna fly over here. Because, dude's next target is in this building. We're gonna get the fast travel first. Discord's down for you. Could be having problems. That soap dispenser's my baby mama, though. I treat her well. Gotta respect your soap dispenser. So it's worth noting this whole thing with we're trying to get into the murder tribunal. It's a thing that the Dark Urge doesn't have to do. Like for every other origin, it's a first step before like you get an item that you can then use to unlock the temple. But if you're Dark Urge, you can just go to the temple and Butler would be like, "Oh, hi," and just lets you in. It's funny because if you go through murder tribunal and then you talk to the Butler, he's like, "What took you so long? I'd have just opened the door for you."
Just had a view.
Do I still get the dialogue despite the fact that I'm in a fucking darkness cloud? I guess so.
It's unusual for prey to supply the tools of its own butchery. Razors, scissors, nail files. So many cuts one couldn't make. And yet, such a fleeting window. But then, who am I to deny the auspices of destiny? For we are celebrating, Master Figaro. You have the delicious honor of being my crowning achievement. Your body is my ultimate gift to my lord. But together we shall transcend.
Failing the stealth check is really funny. I kind of hope I fail. Aw. If you fail this one, your character's just tiptoeing and then they trip over their own feet and fall and then get seen. It's really funny.
You see, Facemaker is a bold title to give oneself, Master Figaro. Especially when one's face can be unmade so easily.
We're gonna reload because I actually want Figaro to survive. I couldn't remember if he lived, if he, succeed that stealth check or not. I want Figaro to survive because he's the fashion vendor. Oh no. My game, it's having a patch 4 moment. I haven't rebooted it yet today. Been live for 4 hours and 11 minutes. What is time? Rebooting. Time is relative. So that means ballists are having a lot of inappropriate relationships with time. Come on. Steam is refusing to recognize that the game is closed. There we go. I want to finish this stuff with Figaro, and then pop over to the Murder Tribunal, and hopefully have enough stuff to sell to grab the armor that I plan on wearing. It'll suck not having the Sharon armor anymore for defensive purposes, but we're getting something much better. Much, much better. Like, what if you had an armor that just gave you double damage for enemies standing next to you? That also gave +2 initiative. And what if all you had to do to get said armor was strangle an alcoholic elephant with their own trunk? I should probably make sure Jahira is in my party for that. As long as I leave her outside, it'll be fine. I bring Minthara with me. She'd think it's fun. Although the party doesn't know about Dark Urge's backstory yet.
Business, I say. Can't even browse while he's with a client.
The armor I'm talking about, Irish, it gives piercing vulnerability. So that's why things like Spear of Evening and Narolna are so good late game. Like, beyond them being good, they get to benefit from that piercing damage thing.
Together, we shall transcend.
Hello, cowards. Come, death is too good for the likes of you.
A challenger. My lord tests me. This pity
Isn't there an armor that makes enemies that hit you take 2 damage? There's a couple of armors that have some damage reflection like that. I am wearing one of them. I don't want to kill Devella by accident. Yeah, let's do that. There's no great angle there. Make you hit me? Good try, my guy.
Another witness to my sacrifice. How fortunate.
Oh, heat convergence. Now I'm hoping that they don't target Figaro while I'm invisible. I honestly don't care if he killed Devella. Like, go ahead. Whatever. I should have had a Bloodlust potion on for this, but I'll be fine. Oh, she's alive? Wow. No way she'd survive in all these turns. Can't actually opportunity attack while invisible. Bye, Devella. So she's one of the only people in the city who is, like, actually invested in investigating the ballists. We could have talked to her if we went somewhere else first, but... Oh, my rage ended, because combat ended. That's fine. You're now all in Edge of Darkness territory. It's free. Probably drop combat again. Oh, we're good. Miss? Can you imagine?
Do you think we could swim into the upper city? Through the river?
I don't know how closely they watch it.
Yeah, attack of opportunity. Do it. You missed? I wanted you to hit me. Okay.
Nah, you're right. And I'm not the best.
Thank you. Heat convergence applies the Hellish Rebuke.
Can't slow down. Anything of use?
I want all your shit.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
I must say, I'm damn lucky you showed up when you did. Can you believe what that monster
I was
was
hot.
doing?
Ah. I'm glad you feel lucky. Do you also feel a deserving discount coming up?
Well, I'm not sure. Discounts are reserved for only the most loyal customers. The look on your face. You really thought me that tight-pocketed? Jests aside, thank you. You forever have my humblest gratitude and a most generous discount on my wares.
Let me see what you
Very
got.
good, sir.
Now, Figaro is a real one, because he's got the fashion. Look at this. He's got all the drip. He's got every kind of underwear. He's got all the dyes. He's got a bunch of shirts. He's got some shoes. He's got hats. He has all the drip. All of it. I don't actually know what I want right now. I want him alive. And yeah, look at that discount. 114% discount. Where's the armor? There it is. I need that. He's stripped out himself. He is.
Fashion's a fickle mistress, so
Yeah. Luckily not dripping with blood, yeah. So one of the daggers this guy had, the guy we killed, is this, Dollar Maris, which there's a second copy you can get from a vendor in the Murder Tribunal that you only get access to if you do some evil route stuff, which we're gonna do, because that vendor has like 5 or 6 of the best items in the game. It is by far the most stacked vendor in the entire game. And this dagger is crazy because this effect, when you land a crit with this weapon, it deals an additional 7 damage. It doesn't mean this weapon, it means with a weapon. So you could, for example, on your archer, equip 2 of those. Whenever you crit, that's an extra 14 damage on every instance of damage you do that can crit, that does crit. Meaning, that's 14 on your attack, 14 on your sneak attack. If your weapon, for whatever reason, has another 1 or 2 instances of damage due to its effect, that's another place where you can get 14 damage. It's way more than 7 damage in practice. Crazy weapon. Mostly stealth items, mostly crit items. Some of them are like stealth related, but the armor I'm talking about is there. There's 2 daggers, 1 short bow, and 1 axe that are all that effect, that 7 damage on crit. So you could have, 3 instances of that effect active on your character. There's gloves that do an extra instance of damage when you crit. And that is huge for your damage scaling. There's a helmet that gives you initiative. Obviously huge. It's just an insanely good vendor. So me taking a level now puts me in a weird position where I would actually respec. No, excuse me. So I don't think I'm going to take this level yet. Because the plan is a 5-5-2. It's going to be 5 Barbarian, 5 Warlock, 2 Fighter. But because of how the game handles certain things, I'll need to assign the Fighter levels before the other 2. Basically not as the 3rd class. Never used the other gloves you saw. It didn't seem all that good at first glance. It's interesting. It's something you can concentrate on if you don't have anything else to concentrate on, and it does damage and kind of restricts their actions a little bit. It's not terrible, but it's far below the standard that every other piece of gear at that vendor sets. I'll tell you that much. We short rest again because I don't have spell slots or Edge of Darkness. hop back over here. Dirge is going to be a Gloomstalker who loves animals and hates people. She will fully embrace being the Dirge unless involves animals. Based. I like it. Gloomstalker is an incredibly good class. So you'll be quite powerful as well.
Don't give me trouble now. This corpse has been desecrated, displayed, and there's nothing random about it.
So you find pieces of Dribbles the Clown in separate locations throughout the game. And each of them has a note that is in reference to one of the bosses from Baldur's Gate 2's expansion. Pretty cool.
Circus clothes.
I like the hood too, and I usually go with Mask of Soul Perception over it. Yeah, Mask of Soul Perception is just like a strict upgrade over it. The hood becomes useful if you have two characters that are going to want to gear along the same lines like that. And that is also provided you're not using Diadem of Arcane Synergy, or Dark Justiciar's helmet, or Helm of Baldurin, or Sarevok's helmet, or Horns of the Berserker, or Helmet of Grit. There's a lot of good helmets in Act 3. Needed to read that.
Sicarius. And the location. We should find this candle hallowed.
Oh yeah, Bone Spike Helmet's really good too. Good shout. Yep, Bone Spike Helmet's great. Once per turn, access to menacing attack is so good. Let me make a quick save, then I'm gonna make a hard save. We're gonna get our sacrifice on in a moment here. Now, bringing Jaheira and Minsk into the area we're about to go into has a lot of additional dialogue, but it also limits my options for what I can actually choose.
The locked door has red text on it reading,
Red text? What's its legendary effect?
"All are embraced. None shall escape."
Carius. There's an optional fight I can do, but put that there. Contain our hands in our handbag, you know? Wonder how low you can get your dice roll to go crit. So champion subclass is -1, elixir is -1. You can have 2 daggers for it, so that's total -4. You can have a bow that's -5. Cloak while hiding for total -6. Helmet for -7. And then if you have gone evil, darker drought, then during the final mission you get an additional -5. So you could be critting on an 8 during a very small section of the game. Otherwise, you could be critting on 13. And keep in mind, rolling with advantage increases the value of each of those. So if you're critting on a 13 with advantage, it's something like a 60-something% crit chance.
Present me well from gifts thine own, or I shall rend.
You think Rosa Parks watched Shrek before she died? Probably. Fierce Perilous Stakes stack with all that. I think Fierce Perilous Stakes and the ally buff I was referencing do the same thing to your crits. Like they put the range down to 15, but then your minus crits will go on top of that. So they shouldn't both do anything. Only one of them will. But I suppose Fierce Perilous Stakes also inflicts vulnerability to everything, which won't make a difference if you already have ballast armor on, but
A grasping hand, an offering vile. Enter now the Dreadlord's trial.
I have 2 ways to add my charisma modifier to my cantrips. Do they stack? Yes. I assume you mean Potent Robe and Agonizing Blast? Yes. Amulet and Potent Robe? Yeah, those will stack.
Progeny, child.
Saravok.
His most ill-trusted zealots.
His faithful departed.
Prodigal servants. Each returns to do his bidding eternally.
This is the court of the Dread Lord's Tribunal. I am its custodian. Here come those who seek to transcend, aspirants of his most profane order, the would-be unholy assassins of Baal. But you are no mere aspirant.
Well, that's you, Kratos.
I did not expect to see you again. So it is true. You have returned.
Saravok Anchev. A Baal
He was the big bad of the first game, of Baldur's Gate 1.
long ago. Spilled stain of father's divine essence left out to dry. Is he your cousin? Great uncle? Brother even? Baal's bilious waters are always a little murky.
Yeah, he is all of those things, I think. And the 3 sitting in front of him are bosses from Baldur's Gate 2's expansion. The one in the middle is the final boss of Baldur's Gate 2's expansion. And the one on the right is the first boss from it. Tell me of my past. I wish to know it.
I have heard it said you lost your memories. Let me revive them. You were once Baal's favorite. You worshipped him the way he would wish. Your bloodlust innate. Your thirst for butchery unslakable. But you were foolish enough to think yourself untouchable. You didn't see Orin rising through the ranks. You were blinded by her artistry, her devotion. You believed she worshipped you as much as all the others. Your fall was as spectacular as your birth. The purest Baal spawn there ever was. Ruined by his own hubris. But now, you have returned. Tell me, are you here to have your vengeance on my granddaughter?
So his granddaughter is also his daughter. I'm just bringing that up again. Just bringing that up again. His granddaughter is also his daughter and his sister.
She is the child of my child, and your bloodkin. But she only seeks the body and favor you were born to inherit. She may have usurped you once, but
how does that work?
Rites and rituals will never match her.
He had a kid with his kid, and that kid is also a ball spawn. He's a ball spawn, so they're both technically children of Ball. So they're siblings. But he's also her dad, and he's also her granddad.
Our Lord does not care for beauty. Baal cares only for death. Death in numbers.
So remember what I said about the line Jaheira had?
There's a lesson Orin will only learn in death.
Death is death.
I wonder if you will be
no artistry to it.
To teach her.
Jaheira and Saravok agree on that. Now, Jaheira is one of the people who killed Saravok. Kind of some cool symmetry there.
And yet you share a father. Her relation to you is as strong as it is to me, Bloodkin. Perhaps stronger. I have heard of the duel Orin proposed to you.
That's his death, except for when it's his.
Our father's temple.
He died at the end of BG1, then he was resurrected in the expansion for BG2, and he became not a bad guy anymore. But then he went back to being a bad guy, and now we're here.
No excesses, no pretensions.
Just time for balance. I'm not going to fight him right now, but I'm getting the balanced item, yes.
Slay Orin. And when you do, remember Grandfather Saravok. Remember how he helped you. Return to visit him. And tell the blood-drenched tale of your victory. We have a sacrifice prepared for you, child of murder. Let us celebrate your becoming.
Cool, let's do it. So I suppose jumping him now would make it the easiest you can make his fight, but we're gonna fight him later. He's not a difficult fight. See, unlike a lot of the other relevant enemies in Act 3, he is not immune to, like, hold person. He can't be surprised, but he's not immune to hold person. So you can just hold person and then auto-crit him until he dies.
Come, child of Baal. Offer thanks unto your father.
My sneak attack Eldritch Blast is gone. Wanted to go the crit second route.
Be reborn anew.
Yeah, you can pretty feasibly get that to
Slaughter this celestial being.
critting on a 15 without losing anything important.
Into the void, and through eradication of its goodness, be exalted.
You can be critting on a 15. Use Risky Ring for advantage. Crater Flesh Gloves for that extra instance on the crits. You can be doing a lot of damage with that. The Strangler with its own trunk. Yes. Yes.
Spare no violence for the Dreadlord's grace, and savor every moment of the creature's slaughter.
This track goes so hard. Just like listening to it.
Someone will stop you, Ballast. I hope it hurts.
Come on, game. There we go.
Behold, Father Baal, your lost child, bathed anew.
Risk hearing is the biggest increase to crit chance. Have you gone past the initial only 20 is a crit point? Yeah. There's other ways to get advantage, but most of them are more conditional. Like, you need to be doing weapon attacks and be a barbarian for reckless attack to be an option. Baal's benediction is pretty good, but, you know, you obviously give up a lot to get it. And, requires you attacking a bleeding target. Blinding enemies with darkness or other means is good, but usually requires an action ahead of time. High ground's an option, but not always an option. Risky Ring will just take care of all of those situations for you.
Take this amulet, child, and return it to your father's chamber. You are the true inheritor of his will, and he would smile to see you wear it. Cleanse the temple of Arin's girlish shrines, and bring your primal slaughter back to Baal. There is nothing more I can teach you, but if you bring about her death, return to me. We shall revel in the divine memory together, as family.
Unholy assassin. It does have a certain ring to it.
So, we are now an unholy assassin of Baal. The tangible benefit of that are that, Baalists will no longer attack us in most places in the city. Most. Not all. Most. But also, we have access to a vendor. It's the only way to get access to this vendor. And this is the vendor that I was talking about that you can't steal from, because he's a ghost. Together! I was thinking about that too, sorry.
I should speak up.
Spawn, you speak to another of your fallen family. It is heartening to see a child once again brimming with promise. All us wretched specters, Baal's failures, are watching your rise with great anticipation.
A ghost?
In life,
Zoinks.
I was a Barzigal, kin killer of the Five. In death, I serve our father still, until the world grows silent. I offer you instruments which will aid in enacting your foul whims.
Quack Bob. Okay, so yeah, these gloves, Crater Flesh gloves, insanely good. Insanely good. Whenever you score a critical hit, deal an additional 1 to 6 force damage. Now, that's not a lot of info presented there, but the way this works is anytime you have an instance that crits, this creates a new instance. Now, this is not a recursive thing on itself, but this new instance that's created then gets certain benefits again, such as, you know, this effect, Dollar Amaris. Crater Flesh Gloves gets that. So it's that 1 to 6 as a base, but then it can also crit, which means it would be 2d6 damage, so a range of 2 to 12. If you're a half-orc, well, it's another d6 on top of there, and then you're getting this flat 7 from each one of these that you have on. And this can happen on weapon attacks, it can happen on spell attacks. It's incredibly good. So we're going to want those. But this is the armor. Ballast armor. Aura of Murder. Enemies within 2 meters become vulnerable to piercing damage unless they are resistant or immune to it. This game is lying to you about how resistance and vulnerability work. It's basically a spectrum of stages. You have immunity, which is kind of immutable unless you have an effect that specifically says it bypasses immunity. And then you have immunity on the other end. But then you have resistant, neutral, vulnerable. Having a resistant effect will put you one in this direction. Having a vulnerable effect will put you one in this direction. You can basically plus or minus. So if something is resistant, you're making them neutral. If something is neutral, you're making them vulnerable. So this means there's a lot of enemies in Act 3 that you're going to be doing your full unbuffed damage to because of this armor by making them neutral instead of resist. So it's still the effect of doubling your damage. It's just instead of doubling from neutral to double, you're doubling from half to normal. A lot of words there, but it's really good. Out of Combat Aura of Murder has the interesting quirk that it's one of a couple AoEs that NPCs will try to get out of without going hostile or anything. So you can use it to kind of move people around because they'll be running away from you instinctively. A little annoying when you're trying to like trade with someone, but fortunately there's a toggle that counts as a free action. But yeah, this is the second copy of Dollar Maris, and you have Vicious Shortbow and Vicious Battle Axe, which are the same effect in different item categories. Flesh Render's okay, and Dread Iron Dagger is not great. But Assassin of Balcal is good if you don't have Mask of Soul Perception. Ballast Armor is one of the best items in the game. Ballast Gloves are okay. Greater Flesh Gloves, one of the best items in the game, and then that crazy Bender. That reaction also counts as inflicting condition. Yeah, it's really not okay. So we need to sell some stuff to be able to afford our new armor. Did I remember to put Claude Helldusk in Shart's inventory? I didn't. Let's see what I do have to sell. Not a lot. I can sell Kethric's armor, I guess. Although, maybe I don't, just for utility purposes. Although, maybe I do. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll basically trade Kethric's armor for it. You have Vendor Trash Minthara? I really need the Psionic Ward armor.
Bring deaths.
So I didn't grab the Vicious Shortbow, but that's fine for now. Yeah, I had some Vendor Trash into here I forgot about. We send those to me. I'm not going to wear those right away because I'm still messing with the heat convergence stuff. For now. Until my curiosity is satisfied. For bosses, I probably do just switch outright. Move that over. Dark Justiciar Halfplate, you were really good for a while. Now we're using Ballast Armor. So, things being vulnerable is double damage. You can expect, obviously removing that fire damage from the equation, double this is what we're doing. Basically on our crits we could be hitting in the neighborhood of like 120 piercing damage before the other stuff gets tacked on. It just gets really crazy really fast. Now at a point where wearing the Reverse Rain Cloak might be optimal so that I take that diminished damage from the heat, but I do still have Warding Bond, and Gale is soaking that damage for me. So I have Fire Resist already. So I can get away with not doing that right now. Now, I don't have any flat damage reduction. I don't have the correct kind of rage for that. If I had Bear Rage, then I would get it that way. Basically, my heat will now always damage me. less than ideal. So I suppose that's a reason to just switch to Crater Flesh right now. I could reinvestigate the heat stuff later. We did also get the Amulet of Baal, which is a good way of applying bleed. In all honesty, because I do still have Baal's benediction, just applying that bleed up front does give me a good access to advantage without having to burn Reckless Attack. So we'll use it for now. The Corvid token is going to be what I use for Iron Throne, if not Misty Step Amulet, one of the two. Probably still Corvid token. So there's still some loot and stuff in here. There's some dialogue. But for now, we are almost at our full character power. We are level 11. I haven't assigned that level. But I'll probably do that with a respec next session. In terms of other increases in power, I probably don't change any other gear slots. It's just going to be stat increases. Like, we can get a permanent +3 charisma from a thing in Shadowheart's personal story. So we'll be respecing to take proper advantage of that. And that'll do a lot for our damage because we also have Arcane Synergy. Between our Pact weapon, scaling with Charisma, and then Arcane Synergy being our Charisma modifier on our damage each hit, we basically double dip Charisma bonus. Now, we could triple dip that by, not actually triple dip, but we could benefit 3 separate times from that by doing Paladin stuff with Smites, which is where a lot of people go with that. But the thing that's better than having Smites on an inconsistent basis is just having more raw damage that you don't need to use a consumable resource for. I should really get the Vicious Shortbow too while I'm here. I might have enough.
Honored Spawn, have you come to peruse the instruments once more?
I do have enough.
Bring death.
Yeah, because Ballast Armor gives +2 initiative. I mean, +14 right now. I don't need that much. So we can switch from Hellrider Longbow, Vicious Shortbow. So now we get an extra 7 damage on each of our instances when we crit, including Crater Flesh Gloves. So that's 14 extra damage before factoring anything else. An idea what happens if you completely ignore Shadowheart, how far do you get before game over? She shows up. When you... So, like, if you ignore her on the Nautiloid, she's not unconscious on the beach, but she's trying to get into that door farther down that beach. If you don't pick her up there, then she's hanging out in the Druid Grove. If you don't pick her up there, then she will show up when you enter the Goblin Camp. If you don't pick her up there, she will go hostile, and you will have to kill her, and you get the artifact that way. Saw yourself 3 seconds before I made a face. Calling damage, mults, and a single calc triple dipping's misleading. Yes. Yes. It's a pet peeve of mine too, which is why I course corrected. It's benefiting 3 times from the same thing rather than triple dipping. Triple dipping implies a certain kind of multiplication that is not at play there. We'll be going back to Tribunal later. Post dealing with Orin. Trying to think of other gear that's relevant that could improve my output right now. Basically, I think next session will be House of Grief. So maybe I get level 12 before I do that, just cause. I do need to get my money back from Akabi at some point. Because I do need to have that statue made for that buff. That'll be a problem for next session. I've been live for 5 hours. Deus Ex Machina is basically Divine Intervention. Deus Ex Shadowheart. She shows up out of kind of nowhere. Yeah. It makes you live. I thought they would let idiotic negligence slide. There's plenty of places where they do. For example, you can throw away the nether stones, and you will immediately get a game over. Like, immediately. As soon as you make another stone permanently unavailable through whatever means, usually throwing it off a cliff, you will immediately get a game over. Attacking the Emperor the first time you meet, game over. There's a bunch of other ways like that. You can do it. Yeah, that's it for today. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Probably more of this tomorrow. Definitely finishing this playthrough this week. I don't know how many more streams it'll take. Maybe 3 if I had to guess. Possibly 4. Once I'm done with that, I probably do a stream or 2 of Borderlands 3 because I got the itch a little bit. Just like a little bit. But yeah. I'm not feeling like raiding anyone right now, so we're just gonna end. But thank you guys, I really appreciate it. I will see you tomorrow. If I started late for you today, it's because daylight savings. I'm starting at the same time my time. Sorry. Time sucks. Anyway, drink some water, wash your ass, eat your taxes, or whatever. Bye.